Welcome to Sleepy Love Tales, soothing romance for a restful night. If these stories help you unwind, be sure to subscribe. For now, close your eyes and let's begin tonight's story, after the silence clears. The mountain town of Ridgeline existed in a state of perpetual waiting. Not the anxious kind that frayed nerves, but the patient vigilance of people who understood that fire season was not a question of if, but when. Pine smoke threaded through the valley even in April, a ghost of summers past and a prophecy of summers to come. Elena Marsh had chosen Ridgeline for its silence. 3 years ago her voice had been everywhere. Morning drive time, podcast clips, viral moments dissected by strangers who had never met her but felt entitled to her shame. The breakdown had lasted 47 seconds on air. The fallout had lasted considerably longer. She'd driven west until the cell towers thinned and the radio stations faded to static, then kept driving. Ridgeline had no local station. It barely had internet. It was perfect. The cabin she rented sat at the edge of town, close enough to walk to the general store, but far enough that she could pretend the rest of the world had forgotten her. Most days she almost believed it. The first time she saw him was at the Bluebird Cafe, the only place in town that opened before 6. Elena had developed a routine. Wake before dawn, walk the half-mile into town while the stars still held, order black coffee from whoever was working, and sit by the window watching the mountains materialise from darkness. He was always there first. She noticed him the way you notice a chair that's always occupied, a fixture of the landscape rather than a person. He sat in the corner booth, thermal cup already half empty, reading incident reports with the kind of focus that suggested the words mattered. Volunteer firefighter she'd gathered from snippets of conversation. His name was something simple. Tom. No. Theo. Theo Brennan looked like he'd been carved from the same granite as the surrounding peaks. Solid, weathered, built to endure. Grey threaded his dark hair at the temples. His hands, when they wrapped around the coffee cup, bore the calluses of someone who worked with them. He never looked at her directly, which made him safe. 6 weeks into her residency in Ridgeline, Eleanor's propane tank developed a leak. She'd stood in her driveway, staring at it with the particular helplessness of someone whose expertise lay entirely outside the realm of practical maintenance when a truck pulled up. Need a hand? His voice was lower than she'd expected, with a texture like creek stones worn smooth. Eleanor nodded, not trusting her own voice. She still rationed words like a resource that might run out. Theo climbed from the truck with unhurried efficiency. He examined the tank, retrieved tools from his truck bed, and had the leak patched in 20 minutes. When he finished, he stood, wiping his hands on his jeans. Should hold until you can get a replacement. I'd call Morrison's in Cedar Falls. They'll deliver. Thank you. The words emerged rusty. She cleared her throat. I'm Elena. Theo extended his hand. When she took it, his grip was warm and certain, held exactly long enough before releasing. You're in the old Garrett cabin. For now. Good bones on that place. Foundations solid. He glanced at the woodpile beside her porch. You'll want more firewood before October. Fire season's coming, but after that, winter hits fast. She followed his gaze. I'm not sure I'll still be here. Something shifted in his expression. Not disappointment exactly, but a kind of recognition. Well, if you are, let me know. I'll bring some by. He left before she could respond, his truck disappearing down the gravel road in a cloud of dust that caught the morning light. That night, Eleanor lay in bed listening to the silence. In Los Angeles there had always been sound, traffic, sirens, the particular hum of a city that never quite slept. Here, the quiet had depth and texture. Wind through pine, the distant call of an owl, the settling of old wood. She thought about Theo's hands on the propane valve, competent and sure. about the way he'd looked at the mountains when he mentioned fire season, like a sailor reading weather in distant clouds, about how he hadn't asked her why she was here or what she was running from. They developed a pattern without discussing it. At the Bluebird, they occupied separate tables but acknowledged each other with nods. When the town held a community meeting about fire preparedness, she sat in the back row while he stood near the front, and their eyes met once across the crowded room with a recognition that felt almost electric. In June, the volunteer fire department organised a brush clearing day. Elena showed up because it seemed like the thing a good neighbour would do, not because she'd overheard Theo mention it at the cafe. She told herself this firmly. He found her struggling with a pile of manzanita, its branches twisted and stubborn. "You want to cut low, where it's newer growth," he said, kneeling beside her. "The old wood's too dense. Here." His hand covered hers on the loppers, guiding the angle. Heat radiated through the contact point, his palm against her knuckles, spreading up her arm like spilled whiskey. "Like this," he murmured, and together they made the cut. When he released her hand, the absence felt significant. They worked side by side for 3 hours, speaking little but moving with increasing synchronization. He'd gesture toward a section that needed clearing. She'd begin before he finished pointing. She'd drag cut branches to the pile. He'd already have moved to the next area. As the sun climbed toward noon and other volunteers began to drift toward the shade and the coolers of water, Theo straightened, pulling off his gloves. "You're good at this." Following instructions, reading terrain, knowing what matters. He took a long drink from his water bottle, his throat working. Most people rush it, miss things. Elena felt something loosen in her chest. "I'm good at paying attention." "Yeah." He studied her with those steady grey eyes. "I noticed." The moment stretched between them, taut as a wire. Someone called his name from across the clearing and the spell broke. "I should..." He gestured vaguely toward the voice. "Of course." But he paused before leaving, turning back. "There's a weather watch tonight. Wind's supposed to shift. I'll be up at the fire tower if you want to see what we look for." It wasn't quite an invitation. It was an open door. "What time?" "Sunset. I'll be there until midnight." Elena nodded, not trusting herself to say more. The fire tower stood at the highest point in ridgeline, accessible only by a narrow trail that switched back through dense pine. Elena climbed it as the sun descended, her heart beating harder than the altitude alone could explain. Theo was already there when she arrived, leaning against the railing with binoculars around his neck. The entire valley spread below them, mountains stacked like waves toward the horizon. "You came. You invited me. I mentioned it. That's not quite the same thing." But he smiled, and it transformed his face, revealing a warmth she'd only glimpsed in fragments. He taught her how to read the wind, the way it bent the trees, the patterns it made in the grass, the smell it carried from distant places. He showed her the burn scars on far ridges, explaining how fire moved, what it consumed, what it left behind. "That one was 5 years ago," he said, pointing to a swath of silver snags. "I was on the line when it jumped the creek. Thought we had it contained, but wind came up out of nowhere, and suddenly we were running instead of fighting." Elena heard what he didn't say. The fear, the chaos, the impossibility of control. Did everyone make it out? "Most of us." He lowered the binoculars. "My partner didn't. Went back for gear we didn't need. Couldn't get out fast enough when the crown fire came through." The weight of it settled between them. "I'm sorry," Elena said quietly. "It was a long time ago." But the way he said it suggested time hadn't done the work people claimed it did. They stood in silence as the sun touched the mountains, bleeding gold across the sky. The wind had died to almost nothing, and the world felt suspended. "Can I ask why you don't talk much?" Theo's voice was careful. "You don't have to answer." Elena's throat tightened. She'd known this would come eventually. "I used to talk for a living. radio host, morning show in Los Angeles. She forced herself to continue. I had a panic attack on air, couldn't breathe, couldn't think. It went viral. People made it into memes, reaction videos. My voice became entertainment. Jesus. I haven't been on microphone since. Haven't wanted to be heard. Theo was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his words were deliberate. The thing about fire is, it doesn't care about your intention. You can do everything right, clear the brush, wet the perimeter, watch the wind, and it'll still surprise you. Find a way through you didn't anticipate. He turned to face her. But that doesn't mean you stop trying. Doesn't mean the trying wasn't worth something. Elena felt tears press hot against her eyes. What if I can't? Can't what? Speak without breaking. He reached out slowly, giving her time to refuse, and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. His fingers lingered against her temple. You're speaking now. The touch was everything. Permission and restraint. Desire and patience. Elena leaned into it fractionally, and Theo's breath caught. They stood like that, balanced on the edge of something neither had named, as the stars began to emerge overhead. Then his radio crackled, and they stepped apart. Summer deepened. The town held its collective breath as temperatures climbed and rain became memory. Elena found herself spending more time with Theo. Not dates exactly, but shared moments that felt more intimate than anything she'd experienced in years. They repaired her porch railing together, their hands brushing as they passed tools. He taught her to identify tree species by bark and smell. She taught him that silence could be comfortable, not just the absence of noise, but a presence of its own. One evening, as they sat on her porch watching twilight claim the valley, Theo asked about her radio work. What did you love about it? The question surprised her. Everyone else had asked why she'd left, what had gone wrong, whether she'd ever go back. No one had asked what she'd loved. The immediacy, she said slowly. The way you could create connection across distance. Someone alone in their car going through something hard, and suddenly they're not alone. Your voice becomes company. You were good at it. How would you know? I looked you up. He said it without apology. After you told me. Listened to some of your old shows. You had this way of making people feel seen, like you actually cared about their stories. Eleanor's chest constricted. Past tense. Only if you choose it to be. Before she could respond, he stood. I should go. Early shift tomorrow. But he paused at the porch steps, turning back. The look in his eyes was naked hunger barely restrained. Elena? Yes? I'm trying to go slow here. Trying to do this right. But you should know. I think about you constantly. When I'm on shift. When I'm trying to sleep. When I'm doing anything else. You're there. The confession hung between them, trembling with potential. I think about you too, she whispered. Theo closed his eyes briefly as if steadying himself. Good. That's good. He left before either of them could say more, but Elena sat on the porch long after his truck disappeared, her heart a wild thing in her chest. In August, everything changed. The fire started 20 miles north, sparked by lightning from a dry storm. Within 2 days, it had consumed 15,000 acres and was spreading fast. Evacuation orders went out for the northern reaches of the valley. Theo was assigned to the front line. Elena saw him briefly at the command post, suited up in yellow Nomex, his face already streaked with ash. Their eyes met across the chaos of trucks and shouting and radio chatter. He came to her, ignoring protocol. If the order comes for Ridgeline, you leave. Don't wait. Promise me. Theo, promise me, Elena. She nodded, unable to speak around the fear lodged in her throat. He touched her face just once, thumb tracing her cheekbone. Then he was gone, swallowed by smoke and duty. 3 days later, a news crew arrived in Ridgeline. Elena was at the cafe when they walked in, cameras and entitlement, looking for human interest stories about the fire. The reporter was young and ambitious, scanning the room with predatory efficiency. Her eyes landed on Elena. Recognition flickered. Elena watched it happen in slow motion. The double take, the narrowing focus, the cruel delight of discovery. Oh, my God, you're Elena Marsh, the radio host who... Elena was moving before the woman finished, out the door and into a truck, hands shaking so badly she could barely get the key in the ignition. She drove home in a blur, locked herself inside the cabin, and did something she hadn't done in 3 years. She pulled out her old recording equipment. The microphone sat on her desk, accusatory and patient. Elena stared at it, breathing hard. Somewhere 20 miles north, Theo was fighting fire. Somewhere in town, that reporter was probably already making calls, crafting her story, preparing to resurrect Elena's shame for another round of viral attention. She could run again, pack up, disappear, find another quiet place to hide. Or... Elena's hand trembled as she reached for the microphone. The evacuation order for Ridgeline came at dawn on the 7th day of the fire. Elena had already packed. She loaded her truck with methodical efficiency, clothes, laptop, the few possessions that mattered. The recording equipment went in last, carefully wrapped, but instead of driving west away from the fire, she drove north toward the command post. She'd spent 3 sleepless nights recording. Not a radio show, not entertainment, something else. Stories from Ridgeline residents about fire and survival, about community and resilience. She'd interviewed the cafe owner, the librarian, families who'd lost homes in previous fires and rebuilt. She'd even, in a moment of reckless courage, recorded her own story. Not the breakdown, not the viral clip, the whole story. What came before, what came after, what she'd learned in the silence. At the command post, chaos reigned. The fire had jumped containment and was racing toward Ridgeline faster than anyone had predicted. Firefighters moved with controlled urgency while incident commanders shouted into radios. Elena found Theo near the map tent, exhausted and ash-covered, deep in conversation with his captain. Elena, he looked shocked, then angry. You're supposed to be evacuated. I know, I will, She thrust the hard drive at him. This is for afterward. Stories from Ridgeline. When people ask what was lost, this is part of what was here. He took it, confused. You recorded this? Yes. But you don't... I do now. She met his eyes. You were right. About trying mattering even when you're afraid. I was afraid of my voice because I'd let other people own it, define it, but it's mine. And silence isn't safety, it's just another kind of surrender. A gust of wind carried ash and heat across the clearing. Someone shouted about wind shift. The urgency ratcheted higher. You need to go, Theo said urgently. Now, Elena. Come with me. You know I can't. Then promise you'll come back. Her voice broke. Promise me. Theo pulled her against him, crushing her into an embrace that smelled of smoke and sweat and fear. His mouth found hers, and the kiss was everything they'd been, restraining, desperate and claiming and tender all at once. I'll come back, he murmured against her lips. I'll always come back to you. She forced herself to release him, to climb back into her truck, to drive away while every instinct screamed to stay. In her rearview mirror, she watched him grow smaller, a solitary figure silhouetted against smoke and flame. The fire burned for 11 more days. Elena waited in Cedar Falls with 100 other evacuees, glued to updates and incident reports, watching the fire's perimeter expand and contract on digital maps that reduced everything to coloured lines and acreage. Theo checked in once, a brief text. Still here. Stay safe. She replied, You too. I'm waiting. On day 18, the fire was declared contained. On day 20, residents were allowed to return. Ridgeline had survived, though the surrounding forest bore deep scars. Homes on the northern edge were gone. The community centre had burned. But the town centre stood, smoke-stained, but intact. Elena drove back in a caravan of returning residents, her heart in her throat. Theo's truck was parked at the fire station. She found him in the equipment bay, exhausted beyond words, cleaning gear with mechanical precision. When he looked up and saw her, something crumpled in his expression. "You came back. So did you." They met in the middle, and this time there was no restraint. His hands tangled in her hair as he kissed her like a man claiming breath after drowning. She pressed into him, needing to feel him solid and real and alive. "My cabin or yours?" she whispered against his mouth. "Yours is closer." They barely made it through her door. Theo kissed her against the wall, his hands spanning her waist, pulling her flush against him. Elena gasped at the contact, at the solid heat of him, at the way her body responded with an urgency that felt both terrifying and inevitable. "Tell me if you need me to stop," he murmured, his mouth tracing her jaw, her throat. "Don't stop. Don't you dare stop." He made a sound low in his chest, something between a groan and a prayer, and lifted her. She wrapped her legs around him as he carried her to the bedroom, their mouths never separating. They tumbled onto the bed in a tangle of limbs and desperate hands. Theo pulled back long enough to strip off his shirt, and Elena's breath caught at the sight of him. Broad shoulders, scarred torso, the evidence of a life lived in the path of flame. She traced one scar with trembling fingers. "Tell me about this one." Later. His hands found the hem of her shirt. "Right now, I need—" "Yes." They undressed each other with fumbling urgency, barriers falling away until skin met skin and the world narrowed to touch and breath, and the exquisite discovery of each other. Theo's hands were reverent as they learned her body, mapping each curve and hollow with calloused palms that made her shiver. He kissed her collarbone, her chest, the soft skin of her stomach, each touch a question answered with her gasps and murmured encouragement. When he finally moved over her, his eyes found hers in the dim light. Elena, just her name, but it held everything. Desire and tenderness and the promise of something beyond this moment. "I'm here," she whispered. "I'm here." They came together slowly, and Elena felt something fundamental shift. This wasn't just physical joining, it was trust made tangible, silence transformed into the most profound kind of communication. Their bodies spoke what words couldn't capture: need and surrender, strength and vulnerability, the exquisite terror of being truly seen. Theo moved with controlled intensity, building sensation until Elena thought she might shatter from it. Her fingers dug into his shoulders as pleasure spiraled higher, and when she finally broke, crying out his name, he followed, his face buried against her neck as they trembled together. In the aftermath, they lay tangled in sheets in each other, hearts gradually slowing. "I love you," Theo said into the stillness. "I've loved you since you showed up at that brush clearing in completely impractical shoes and worked harder than anyone else there." Elena laughed, the sound rusty but genuine. "I love you too. Since the propane tank, probably. Maybe before." He propped himself on one elbow, studying her face with infinite gentleness. "What now?" "Now?" She traced the line of his jaw. "Now we rebuild. The town. Ourselves. Together." "Together," he agreed, and kissed her again, slow and deep and full of promise. 6 months later, on a February morning, crystalline with cold, Elena stood in front of a microphone in what used to be the community centre. The fire had taken the building, but the town had rebuilt it better. Larger meeting space, better acoustics, a small broadcast booth that had been Elena's suggestion. Ridgeline was launching a community radio station, and they'd asked her to host the inaugural broadcast. Theo stood at the back of the room, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed and a smile playing at his lips. Elena looked at the microphone, then at the faces gathered around her. Neighbours, friends, people who'd become family in the wake of shared disaster and recovery. "Good morning, Ridgeline," she said, her voice steady and sure. "Welcome to Mountain Voices. I'm Elena Marsh, and I have some stories to share with you." She spoke about the fire, about loss and rebuilding, about the strength found in community. She played the recordings she'd made, stories of resilience and hope, and she told her own story, not the viral clip version, but the whole truth. Breakdown and recovery, silence and return. The man who taught her that being heard could be an act of love. When the broadcast ended, Theo was there. "How do you feel?" he asked, terrified, exhilarated, myself. "Good." He pulled her close. "Come on, I have something to show you." They drove to the fire tower as the sun climbed higher. In winter, the valley lay pristine under snow, the burn scars softened by white. They climbed the trail together, their breath misting in the cold air. At the top, Theo pulled out his phone and pressed play. Eleanor's voice filled the tower, not from the broadcast, but from a recording she didn't remember making. She was laughing, telling some ridiculous story about her first attempt at splitting firewood, her happiness audible and unguarded. "I recorded this last week," Theo said, "while you were practicing for today. I wanted you to hear what I hear. Joy, strength, your voice the way it's meant to sound." Eleanor's eyes filled with tears. "When did you become such a romantic?" "When I met a woman worth being romantic for." He cupped her face in his hands. "Marry me, Elena. Build a life with me here in this absurd mountain town where the silence has weight and the fire always comes, but so does spring." "Yes." She kissed him, tasting snow and promise and the future they'd build together. "Yes, absolutely yes." Below them, Ridgeline stretched out in winter peace, and the mountain stood witness to what fire had tested and love had proven true. The silence between them was no longer absence, it was presence, chosen, shared, and profound. It was home, the end. If this is enough. The clock in Dr. Raman's office ticks with the aggressive precision of something expensive. She watches the second hand complete another rotation, while her husband shifts beside her on the cream-coloured sofa, his hand resting on his knee, close enough to reach for hers but separate. "Let's try something different today," Dr. Raman says, her pen poised above her yellow legal pad. "I'd like each of you to write a letter to the other, not to share aloud, just to write. Sometimes we discover what we mean by seeing it on the page. The assignment feels both absurd and dangerous. They've been married for 7 years. What could possibly need to be written that hasn't already been said in the careful architecture of their shared life?" But she takes the paper Dr. Raman offers, and so does he. "Dear Michael, do you remember the library? Not ours, the one where we met. November, I think, or maybe early December. You were in the economics section, and I was supposed to be researching 18th century literature, but I'd gotten distracted by the way the afternoon light came through those tall windows. You looked up and our eyes met, and for just a moment I thought, but I didn't think anything. That's the truth. Or if I did, I thought, this is someone I could know. This is someone safe." She stops writing, looks up. Michael's pen moves steadily across his page, his brow furrowed in that familiar expression of concentration. She spent 7 years watching that face, learning its vocabulary of small tensions and releases. The scholarship that brought her to that campus had felt like a lifeline. A way out of a childhood spent making do, making less seem like enough. She'd learned early that gratitude was its own form of currency, that if you were careful and quiet and didn't ask for too much, people would let you stay. Michael had been careful too, she realises now, methodical in his affection, building their relationship like one of his economic models, variables controlled, outcomes predicted, risk minimised. 5 more minutes, Dr. Raman says gently. You proposed in that same library, do you remember? In the archives room where no one ever went. You said you'd been carrying the ring for 2 months, waiting for the perfect moment. But then you realised that we didn't need perfect. We needed real. I said yes immediately. I didn't hesitate. Why didn't I hesitate? She sets down her pen. That last line wasn't supposed to appear. She folds the paper quickly before Michael can see, before Dr. Rahman can ask her to share. Time, Dr. Rahman says. You can keep those, or share them later, if you choose. But I want you both to notice. How did it feel to write to each other rather than speak? Michael clears his throat. Easier, he says, and harder. She nods, still clutching her folded paper. That night, in their carefully curated bedroom, grey walls, white bedding, a single framed photograph from their honeymoon. In Montreal, she lies awake listening to Michael's breathing slow and deepen. The letters in her purse downstairs in the kitchen where she left it. She should destroy it. Instead, she gets up quietly, goes downstairs in the dark and writes another. Dear Michael, what if careful isn't enough? What if all this time we've been so busy building something stable that we forgot to ask if it was what we actually wanted? I'm afraid that if I say this out loud, you'll think I'm ungrateful, or worse, that I'm someone who doesn't know how to be satisfied. My mother used to say that about women who left their marriages. She didn't know when she had it good. But here's what I can't stop thinking about. What if having it good isn't the same as having it right? What if I'm hungry for something I can't even name? She folds this letter too, puts it in the back of the drawer where she keeps old receipts and expired coupons and other small evidences of a life being lived within careful margins. Upstairs, Michael is still sleeping. She stands in the doorway and watches him. This good man, this kind man, this man who has never once raised his voice or forgotten an anniversary, or failed to notice when she's had a hard day. This man she married because he felt like safety. This man she's beginning to realise she's never fully desired. The thought stops her breath. She goes back downstairs, pulls out the letter, adds one more line. What if I told you that sometimes I dream about running? Not from you, never from you, just running, into something I can't see yet, something that might be waiting, if only I were brave enough to look. She puts the letter away and goes back to bed. Michael turns toward her in his sleep, his arm draping across her waist with the unconscious familiarity of 7 years of shared nights. She lies very still and thinks about the library, about that first moment, about how she told herself that what she felt wasn't disappointment but something more, mature, relief. Relief that she'd found someone who wouldn't ask her to be anything other than what she already was, someone who would never require her to run. The clock on the nightstand ticks through the dark hours. Outside, November rain begins to fall on their tidy neighbourhood with its tidy lawns and its tidy lives, and she lies there, awake and still, wondering if the problem with careful is that it never has to be brave. Dr. Raman assigns homework. Spend 30 minutes each day in conversation without solving anything. Just talk, she says. See what emerges when you're not trying to fix it. They choose evening walks. Their neighbourhood is designed for them. Young professionals with modest but growing ambitions. Trees planted at mathematically pleasing intervals. Sidewalks smooth enough for running strollers though they don't have children yet. Haven't decided if they want them. Or rather, haven't decided if they want the version of themselves that would have them. Tell me something I don't know, Michael says on the third walk. His hands are in his pockets. They're not holding hands these days, though neither has acknowledged the shift. She thinks for a long time. The air smells like chimney smoke and fallen leaves. Someone is cooking dinner. Garlic, butter, something rich. I'm not sure I know how to be happy, she says finally. He stops walking. What? I know how to be grateful. I know how to be satisfied. I know how to make a list of everything that's good and tell myself that's enough. But actual happiness, the kind where you're not checking to make sure it's still there, I don't know if I've ever felt that. Not sustained. Not without underneath it this feeling that it could all be taken away. Michael stands very still. A leaf falls between them. Because of your childhood, he says carefully, not a question. Maybe. Probably. Does it matter why? It matters because... He stops, starts again. Because I've spent 7 years trying to give you security. I thought that was what you needed. I thought if I could just be stable enough, present enough, if I could prove that I wasn't going anywhere, you thought you could fix me. I thought I could love you into feeling safe. She looks at him then, really looks, and sees something she's never allowed herself to see before. He's terrified too. Terrified that love might not be enough. Terrified that all his careful constancy might be insufficient. Michael, she says softly, what if neither of us can be fixed? They walk in silence after that. 3 more blocks, then home to the house they bought together, the mortgage they split exactly down the middle, the life they've architected with such meticulous fairness. In the kitchen, making tea, he says, do you remember the night before our wedding? She nods. They'd stayed apart that night, observing tradition. She'd been at her mother's house, in her childhood bedroom, staring at the ceiling and thinking about thresholds. I almost called you, he says, around midnight. I wanted to, I don't know, make sure you were sure. Why didn't you? Because I was afraid you'd say you weren't. The kettle whistles. Neither moves to turn it off. And now, she asks, now I'm afraid you'll say you weren't. Past tense, that you made a mistake and you've been too kind to tell me. She turns off the burner, pours water over tea bags, watching the colour bloom and spread. I don't think I made a mistake, she says slowly. I think I made the safest choice I knew how to make. And I think maybe we both did. He takes his mug, wraps both hands around it though the ceramic is too hot. Is safe such a terrible thing to be? His voice is barely audible. No, but it might be a terrible thing to settle for. That night they lie in bed without touching. Not angry, not distant, just separate. She can feel the inches between them like a physical presence, a gap that contains all the words they don't know how to say. Can I tell you something? Michael says into the dark. Yes. When we met, I was in love with someone else, a woman from my ethics seminar. She was brilliant, terrifying. She said whatever she thought and didn't apologise, and she wanted things loudly, demanded them. She was going to change the world, and she knew it. He pauses. She doesn't speak. And I was drawn to her like gravity, but I was also exhausted by her. Every conversation felt like a test I was failing. Every silence felt like an accusation. When she finally ended it, told me I was too careful, too timid, that I'd never actually take a risk, I was devastated and relieved. And then you met me, she says quietly. And then I met you, and you didn't require anything I couldn't give. You didn't push, you didn't demand, you just accepted. Me, us, this. He turns toward her, though they still don't touch. I thought that was love, he says, the absence of fear, the presence of peace. What do you think it is now? I don't know anymore, but I think maybe love is supposed to ask something of you, supposed to require you to grow, and I think I chose you because you let me stay exactly who I was. The confession hangs in the air between them, not cruel, but devastating in its honesty. "Why are you telling me this?" she whispers. "Because Dr. Rahman said to tell you something you don't know. And because if we're going to do this, actually do this, figure out if this marriage can be something more than safe, then I need you to know that I'm as afraid as you are." She reaches out then, not to comfort, but to confirm. Her hand finds his in the dark, palm to palm. His skin is warm, familiar. They lie like that for a long time, holding hands like teenagers, like people who don't yet know how to ask for more than this small connection. "I've been writing letters," she says finally. "Letters I don't send. To you." "What do they say?" "Things I'm afraid to say out. Loud." "Will you show me?" "I don't know. Maybe. Eventually." His thumb moves across her knuckles, a small gesture that contains multitudes. "I want to read them," he says, "even if they hurt, especially if they hurt." She thinks about the drawer downstairs, about the folded papers accumulating like small acts of sedition. Letters that say, "What if this isn't enough? What if I need something I can't name? What if the life we've built is a beautiful prison and neither of us has the courage to ask for the key?" "Okay," she says, "but not yet. I'm not ready yet." "When you are." They fall asleep still holding hands, but in the morning she wakes alone. Michael is already up, already dressed, already performing the morning routine that shapes their days. Coffee made, newspaper skimmed, emails checked. When she comes downstairs, he kisses her forehead, a habit so ingrained neither of them remembers when it started, and asks if she slept well. "Fine," she says, though she dreamed all night, of running. On their next walk he asks her about desire. Not just, I don't mean sex, though that too, but what do you desire? If you could have anything, be anything, do anything. The question is so enormous she almost laughs. "I don't know. That's the problem. I don't know how to want things, not real things, not things that might require me to be selfish or difficult or demanding." "Try," he says. "Just try. What if there were no consequences? What if you couldn't fail? What if I wasn't here to disappoint?" They've stopped walking. They're standing under a streetlight that's flickering, some malfunction in its timing, so it keeps going dark and then bright again, dark and then bright. "I want," she says slowly, testing each word, "to feel necessary, not needed in the way that's about function, not about being useful or good or appropriate. I want to feel like my presence in the world makes some kind of essential difference, like I'm not just," she struggles for the word, "interchangeable." The light flickers. In the darkness she can barely see his face. "You've never felt that?" he asks. "With me? I felt cherished, protected, valued." She takes a breath. "But not necessary. Not like if I disappeared, there would be a hole in the shape of me. More like I've been a good solution to the problem of your loneliness." It's the most honest thing she's ever said to him, and she braces for his anger, his hurt, his defence. Instead, he says, "Yes, I think that's fair." The light comes back on. They look at each other. "I don't know how to love someone in the way you're describing," he says. "I don't know if I'm capable of that kind of intensity, obsession, whatever you want to call it. I love through steadiness, through showing up, through being present and predictable, and I don't know if that will ever feel like enough to you." "I don't know either," she admits. They walk home in silence, but something has shifted. Not resolution, but recognition. That night she writes another letter. "Dear Michael, you asked what I desire. Here's the truth. I desire to be devoured. Not destroyed, devoured. I want someone to need me the way fire needs air. I want to be looked at like I'm the answer to a question someone's been asking their whole life. I want to matter urgently, not just steadily. And I don't know if that's something you can give me. I don't know if it's something anyone can give anyone. Maybe it's something I have to give myself. But here's what I do know. I don't want to spend the rest of my life being grateful for a love that doesn't challenge me. I don't want to be comfortable. I want to be claimed. And I don't know if that makes me ungrateful or honest. But I'm tired of not knowing the difference. She folds the letter, adds it to the drawer. Upstairs, Michael is already asleep. She stands in the doorway watching him. This good man, this careful man, and feels a tenderness so acute it's almost grief, because she loves him, and she's beginning to understand that love might not be enough. The letter is discovered on a Wednesday. She doesn't remember leaving it out. Must have been careless, distracted, must have forgotten to put it back in the drawer with the others. Michael finds it in the morning while looking for a warranty receipt. Something mundane, something that doesn't matter now and will never matter again. She's upstairs when she hears the silence change quality, the particular stillness of someone absorbing a blow. When she comes down, he's sitting at the kitchen table, the letter unfolded between his hands. He's not reading it anymore, just staring at it, like it might rearrange itself into something less damaging. "Michael," she says, but her voice has no power. He looks up. His face is very pale. "How many are there?" She doesn't pretend to misunderstand. 8, maybe 9. "All like this?" "Some, not all. Some are kinda." He makes a sound that might be a laugh, but isn't. "Kinda. Jesus." He puts his head in his hands. "I'm not sure which would be worse, if you'd been planning to show them to me or if you never were." She sits down across from him. The morning light is coming through the kitchen window, illuminating the breakfast dishes neither of them has cleared, the coffee growing cold in their mugs. Evidence of an ordinary morning about to calcify into the morning everything changed. "I wasn't planning anything," she says. "I was just trying to figure out what I felt, what I wanted. And what you wanted was to be devoured." He picks up the letter, quotes from it without looking. "I want someone to need me the way fire needs air." That's what you wrote. 3 weeks ago, according to the date. Yes. Did you mean it? She wants to lie, wants to soften it, explain it away, tell him it was just words, just a confused moment, just the aftermath of too much therapy. Instead, she says, "Yes, I meant it." He leaves for work without saying goodbye. She hears the door close, the car start, the sound of him driving away. She sits at the kitchen table for a long time, the letter still lying there, her handwriting looking strange and accusatory in the morning light. She reads it again, tries to find the lie in it, the exaggeration, the unfair thing that would let her take it back. But it's all true. Every word. She wants to be necessary. She wants to matter urgently. She wants to be more than a good solution to someone's loneliness. And she doesn't know if Michael can give her that. Worse, she doesn't know if she has the right to ask. He doesn't come home that night. Sends a text around 6, staying at David's. Need time to think. She walks through their house, their carefully assembled life, and sees it differently now. The furniture they chose together at IKEA, assembling it on Saturday afternoons with patient domesticity. The paint colours they debated, settling always on the safest choice, the one that wouldn't offend or challenge. The bookshelves organised by subject, then alphabetically, because Michael likes order and she likes the look of order even if she doesn't care about it intrinsically. Everything in this house is a compromise. Everything is reasonable. Nothing demands anything. She makes dinner for one, doesn't eat it. Pours a glass of wine, then a second. Sits on their sensible grey couch and stares at the wall. Around 9, her phone rings. It's Michael. "I read the others," he says without preamble. Her stomach drops. "How did you—" "The drawer under the warranties. I found them all. I've been at David's reading them." She closes her eyes. "Do you know what the worst part is?" His voice is very steady, very controlled. "Not that you're unhappy. I knew you were unhappy, maybe not how much, but I knew. The worst part is that in 8 letters, you never once say that you love me. Michael, you say you respect me. You say you're grateful. You say I'm a good man, a kind man, a safe man. But you never say you love me. Did you notice that? She hadn't. But now that he's said it, she can't unsay it. I do love you, she whispers. Do you? Or do you just appreciate me? Because those aren't the same thing, and I think we've been pretending they are for 7 years, she can't answer. I need to ask you something, he says, and I need you to be honest. Is there someone else? No. God, no. There's never been anyone else. I don't mean physically. I mean in your head. In these letters. Are you writing to me, or are you writing to someone you wish I was? The question lands like a blade. I don't know, she says. The line is quiet for a long time. I'll be at David's for a while, he says finally. A week. Maybe more. You can stay in the house. It's half yours anyway. But I need... His voice cracks. I need time to figure out if I'm mourning something I never actually had. Michael, I loved you, he says. Past tense. I'm not sure I can say it in the present. Anymore. Not until I know if the person I loved actually exists. He hangs up before she can respond. She doesn't sleep. She lies in their bed. Her bed now, temporarily, maybe permanently, and stares at the ceiling and thinks about all the ways she's been cruel without meaning to be. Because he's right. She never said she loved him. Not in the letters. Not in the raw, unguarded place where she was trying to be honest. She said she wanted to be devoured. She said she was hungry. She said she felt like she was living in a beautiful prison. But she never said, I love you. And that's what makes this so hard. Around 3 a.m, she gets up and writes another letter. But this one she doesn't fold and hide. This one she leaves on his pillow, where he'll find it if he comes home. When he comes home. If. Dear Michael, you're right. I never said I loved you. I don't know why. Maybe because I was so busy trying to explain what was wrong that I forgot to name what was right. But here it is. I love you. I have always loved you. Even when I was writing those other letters, even when I was imagining running, even when I was cruel enough to call what we have a compromise. I love your steadiness. I love the way you fold laundry with the same careful attention you give to everything. I love that you've never once made me feel stupid or small. I love that you remember things. My mother's birthday, the name of my childhood dog, how I like my coffee. I love that you chose me, that you keep choosing me, even though I'm making it so hard. But here's the thing. I don't know if love is enough. And I'm terrified that saying that out loud makes me sound like a romantic child who thinks passion is more important than commitment. I don't think that. I know that what we have is rare and precious, and so many people never find even this much peace. But I'm also terrified that if I settle for peace, I'll spend the rest of my life wondering what I gave up to get it. You asked if there's someone else. There isn't. But maybe there's a version of myself I never became, and I can feel her watching me, asking why I chose safety over courage. I don't know how to reconcile these things. I don't know how to be both grateful and hungry, how to love you and still feel like I'm dying of thirst. All I know is that I'm sorry. For the hurt, for the confusion, for not being clear enough or brave enough to say this before I wrote it in letters I never meant for you to see. I love you, and I don't know if that's enough for either of us anymore. She leaves the letter and goes downstairs, makes coffee in the pre-dawn dark, watches the streetlights blink off as morning comes. Her phone buzzes. A text from Michael. I'm coming home tomorrow, not to decide anything, just to talk, okay? She types back, okay. Then she goes outside and sits on the front steps in her pyjamas and waits for the sun to rise on whatever comes next. Michael comes home on a Friday evening. She's made dinner. Nothing elaborate, just pasta and salad. the kind of meal they've shared 1,000 times. But her hands shake as she sets the table, and she has to try 3 times to open the wine. He looks tired when he walks in. Thinner maybe, or just worn. He puts his bag down by the door and stands there, neither of them sure of the protocol for this moment. "Hi," she says. "Hi." They sit at the kitchen table, the food between them like a neutral territory. For a while they just eat, or pretend to. She pushes pasta around her plate. He takes small, methodical bites, the way he does everything. Finally he sets down his fork. "I read your last letter," he says. "The one you left on the pillow." She nods. "You said you don't know if love is enough, and I've been thinking about that all week. What does enough even mean? Enough for what? To stay married? To be happy? To justify the investment of 7 years? I don't know. I don't either, but I think..." He stops, starts again. "I think maybe we've been asking the wrong question. Maybe it's not whether love is enough. Maybe it's whether we're willing to let it be enough, even when it's not perfect, even when we're hungry for things we can't name." She feels something crack open in her chest. "Michael, Wait, let me finish." He reaches across the table, takes her hand. His palm is warm, solid. "I've spent this week being angry, hurt, feeling betrayed, even though I know that's not entirely fair. But underneath all that, there's this other feeling I keep trying to ignore." "What feeling?" "Relief." She stares at him. Relief that it's finally on the table, that we're not pretending anymore, that we can stop being so fucking careful with each other and just... He makes a helpless gesture. "Be honest, even if honesty hurts, especially if it hurts." "Are you saying you want to stay married?" Her voice is barely audible. "I'm saying I want to know who we are when we're not being careful, when we're not trying, to be the people we think we should be. I want to know what happens if we actually risk something." "Risk what?" He squeezes her hand. "Risk this. Risk us. Risk the possibility that if we tell the whole truth, we might not survive it." They don't make love that night, but they talk. They talk until midnight, then until 2, then until the sky starts to lighten. They talk about the thesis advisor she had a crush on in grad school, the one who made her feel visible in a way Michael never has. About the woman from his ethics seminar, the one he mentioned before, and how he still sometimes wonders what his life would have looked like if he'd been brave enough to keep her. They talk about desire, not the safe, comfortable desire of 7 years together, but the dangerous kind. The kind that asks you to change, to risk, to surrender. "Do you know what I'm afraid of?" she asks as the sun comes up. They're on the couch now, sitting at opposite ends, facing each other. "Tell me." "I'm afraid that if I admit how much I want, I'll be unlovable, that I'll be too much, that you'll look at me and see someone greedy and demanding and you'll realise you made a mistake." "And do you know what I'm afraid of?" He leans forward. "I'm afraid that I'm not capable of the kind of love you need, that I'll try and still fall short and you'll leave anyway, and I'll have proven that I was never enough to begin with." They look at each other across the coffee table, across 7 years, across the careful architecture they've built and are now dismantling brick by brick. "What if," she says slowly, "we stopped trying to be enough? What if we just tried to be honest?" "How?" "I don't know. But maybe we start by admitting what we actually want, not what we think we should want, not what's reasonable or fair or safe, just what we want." Michael nods slowly. "Okay, you first." She takes a breath. "I want you to need me. Not in the calm, grateful way you need a good partner. I want you to need me desperately. I want to matter to you in a way that scares you. I want..." She's crying now, can't help it. "I want to feel essential." He moves across the couch, pulls her into his arms. She can feel his heart beating against her cheek. "Okay," he says. "Okay, my turn." She waits. "I want to let go," he says quietly. "I want to stop being so controlled. I want to... God, I want to be able to want you without worrying about whether I'm doing it right, whether I'm enough. I want to be selfish. I want to take. And I've never let myself do that because I was so afraid that if I did, you'd see how desperate I actually am. She pulls back, looks at him. Desperate. For you. For this. For the feeling that I'm not just maintaining a system, keeping a marriage running smoothly. I want... His voice breaks. I want to lose control with you, and I don't know how. Something shifts in the air between them. The door opening, a possibility emerging. "Show me," she whispers. He kisses her. It's not like their usual kisses, not the polite, affectionate kisses they exchange in greeting and parting. This is raw, urgent. His hands in her hair, pulling her closer, almost rough in his need. Her hands grip his shoulders, nails pressing through the fabric of his shirt, holding on like she might fall. They break apart, breathless. His eyes are dark, pupils wide, and she can see 7 years of restraint beginning to crack. "Upstairs," she says, her voice hoarse. "No." His hand finds the small of her back, pulls her flush against him. "Here, now, I'm done waiting." The words send heat flooding through her. She's never heard this tone in his voice, command mixed with desperation, control slipping into pure need. He kisses her again, deeper this time, his mouth claiming hers with an intensity that makes her knees weaken. His tongue traces her lower lip before delving deeper, tasting her, and she responds with equal hunger, her hands moving to the buttons of his shirt. "Wait," he breathes against her mouth. He takes both her wrists in one hand, gentle but firm, holding them still. "I said I wanted to take. Let me." The words, the touch, the way he's looking at her, like she's water and he's been crossing a desert. It's everything she wrote about in those hidden letters. Everything she was afraid to ask for. "Yes," she whispers. "Yes." He releases her wrists only to frame her face with both hands, kissing her with a thoroughness that makes her dizzy. His thumbs trace her cheekbones, tender even in his urgency, and when he finally pulls back, they're both breathing hard. "I need to see you," he says. "All of you. Not just your body. I want to see everything you've been hiding." She understands what he means. She stands, and with trembling fingers begins to unbutton her blouse. Not seductively. She's never been good at that kind of performance. But honestly, each button revealing more skin, more vulnerability until the fabric slides from her shoulders. Michael's breath catches audibly. In 7 years he's seen her countless times, but never like this. Never with her standing before him in the grey morning light, chin lifted, eyes meeting his, offering herself not out of duty or routine, but out of genuine desire. "I'm hungry," she says, her voice steady despite her racing heart. "I'm so hungry, Michael, for something I don't even know how to name, and I'm afraid that hunger makes me ungrateful, makes me broken." "You're not broken." He stands, crosses to her, and the way he moves, purposeful, predatory, makes her pulse quicken. He traces the line of her collarbone with his fingertips, feather-light, and she shivers. "You're just alive, and so beautiful it hurts to look at you." His hands slide down her arms, across her ribs, learning her body as if for the first time. When his palms find her, his touch gentle but possessive, she gasps. "Are you?" she manages to ask. "Are you alive with me?" Instead of answering, he lowers his head, his mouth finding the curve of her neck, the hollow of her throat. Each kiss is a brand, a claim, and she arches into him, her hands tangling in his hair. "Michael," she gasps, "please." "Please what?" He looks up at her, and there's something in his eyes she's never seen before. Power, possession, pure satisfaction at her need. "Tell me what you want." "You. I want you. Not the careful version, I want... She struggles for the words, her mind hazy with desire. I want you to be ruthless with me. I want you to take. I want to feel necessary. Something breaks in his expression, the last restraint shattering. You are necessary, he says, his voice rough. You're so necessary I can't breathe without you. She stands before him, vulnerable in ways that have nothing to do with clothing, everything to do with honesty. The asymmetry should frighten her. It does frighten her, but it's exactly what she needs, to be exposed while he remains in control, to surrender without safety. His hands bracket her hips, thumbs tracing gentle circles. Is that enough? He asks. Is that what you need? Yes, she gasps. Yes, but don't stop. Don't be gentle. I don't want gentle. Good. He pulls her against him. Because I don't think I can be gentle right now. He kisses her again, one hand tangling in her hair, tilting her head back to give him access to her throat. He kisses down the column of her neck, and when his teeth graze the sensitive skin where neck meets shoulder, she cries out. Too much, he murmurs against her skin. Not enough, she breathes. More. He lifts her. She weighs nothing to him in this moment, and carries her the 3 steps to the couch. Lays her down on the cushions. The morning light through the windows paints her skin gold, illuminates every curve. God, he says, 7 years. 7 years and I never let myself just look at you like this. Look at me now, she says. See me now. He does. His gaze travels the length of her body and she fights the instinct to cover herself, to hide. Instead, she opens to him. Arms, heart, everything. An invitation. A claim. His hand traces a path from her ankle to her inner thigh, his touch light but deliberate. Tell me, he says. Tell me what you need. Touch me, she whispers. Touch me like you own me. I do own you. His fingers move higher. Just like you own me. We've always belonged to each other. I've just been too afraid to act like it. His touch is revelation. He explores with patience that's almost cruel, learning every response, every gasp, every shiver. She's beyond words now, lost in sensation, in the building heat, in the way he's claiming her with hands and mouth and breath. You're so responsive, he murmurs, watching her face. So beautiful like this. I want to memorize every sound you make. When his mouth follows where his hands have been, she cries out his name. The sensation is overwhelming, heat and pressure and pleasure building like a storm. She's never felt so exposed, so claimed, so thoroughly possessed. Michael, she gasps, I can't... Yes, you can. He doesn't stop. Let go. I want to feel you come apart for me. And she does. The climax crashes through her like a wave, powerful and consuming, making her back arch and her hands fist in his hair. He works her through it, gentling as she becomes sensitive, pressing soft kisses as she trembles and gasps. When she finally opens her eyes, he's watching her with an expression of such naked desire that it steals her breath all over again. Come here, she says, reaching for him. He stands and she watches as he removes his own barriers. She's always known he was beautiful, but she's never allowed herself to really look, to really appreciate the lines of his body, the strength in his frame. When he returns to her, skin to skin, the contact is electric. They fit together perfectly. They always have. But this time there's no hesitation, no careful choreography. Just need and heat and 7 years of restraint finally breaking. Look at me, he says as they join. I want to see your eyes. She meets his gaze and the connection, physical, emotional, spiritual, is almost more than she can bear. For a moment, neither of them moves. They just breathe together, complete. Then he begins to move, and thought becomes impossible. It's not gentle. She asked for ruthless, and he gives it to her, each movement deep and purposeful, making her gasp. His hands grip her hips, holding her, grounding her even as he sends her flying. "Is this what you wanted?" he asks, his voice rough. "Is this how you needed it?" "Yes," she cries out. "Yes, don't stop. Never." He leans down, captures her mouth in a fierce kiss. "I'm never stopping. You're mine. Say it." "I'm yours," she gasps against his lips. "I'm yours." The rhythm builds, urgent and relentless. She wraps her legs around him, takes him deeper, meets him movement for movement. The couch creaks beneath them. The morning light strengthens. Somewhere outside their neighbourhood is waking, but here in this room there's nothing ordinary, nothing careful, nothing held back. "I'm close," she gasps. "Michael, wait for me." His rhythm becomes erratic, control fraying. "Surrender with me." She holds back, barely, her whole body tensing. Then he shifts angle and she shatters, crying out as waves of pleasure crash through her. She feels the moment he follows, the way he shudders, the way he groans her name, the way he collapses against her, trembling. They lie tangled together, hearts racing, skin damp with exertion. She can feel the occasional aftershock ripple through both of them. "That was," he starts. "I know. We've never. I know." He lifts his head, looks at her, and his eyes are bright with emotion. "I love you. God, I love you so much. I love you too." She touches his face, traces the line of his jaw. "I didn't know it could be like that. Between us. I didn't know we could. Neither did I." He kisses her softly. "But I want it to be like that. Always. No more holding back. No more being careful. Promise. I promise. I'm going to need you like this every day. I'm going to make you feel essential every time I touch you." She pulls him down for another kiss, deeper this time, already feeling desire stirring again despite her exhaustion. "Upstairs," she murmurs against his mouth. "Take me to bed. We have years of careful to make up for." He lifts her, she wraps around him, and carries her toward the stairs. They leave evidence scattered in the living room, passion finally unleashed, restraint finally abandoned. At the top of the stairs, he presses her against the wall, kisses her breathless, and she can feel his desire building again. "I can't get enough of you," he says. "Good," she replies. "Don't." They make it to the bedroom. They have all day. They have the rest of their lives. And for the first time in 7 years, she doesn't feel like she's dying of thirst. She feels claimed, desired, essential. She feels enough. They burn the letters on a Saturday morning in early December, almost exactly 7 years after they met. They do it in the fireplace, standing together, taking turns feeding the pages to the flames. 8 letters, 9 letters. She's lost count. Each one a confession, an accusation, a map of the territory between who they were and who they're becoming. "Do you want to read them first?" she asks. "There are a few you haven't seen." He considers, then shakes his head. "No, I know what they say, or enough of what they say. I think maybe they've done their work." So they burn them. The paper catches quickly, curling at the edges, the ink disappearing into ash. She watches her own handwriting consumed and feels lighter, feels like she's releasing something she's been carrying for too long. When the last letter is burning, Michael puts his arm around her waist, pulls her against him. "Are you sad?" he asks. "A little, but mostly relieved." "Me too." They watch the flames until there's nothing left but embers, and then they go to the kitchen and make breakfast together. Eggs, toast, coffee, the ordinary rituals of a Saturday morning, but different now, easier. "I have something for you," she says after they've eaten, after the dishes are washed and put away. She hands him an envelope, her name on it, his name below it, a stamp already affixed. "What is this?" "A letter. The last one, I think." or the first new one. I'm not sure which. Should I read it now? If you want. He opens it carefully, unfolds the single page. She watches his face as he reads, sees the moment when his eyes brighten, when his mouth softens. When he's done, he looks at her. I choose you, he reads aloud. Not because you're safe, not because you're stable, not because you're the best option or the most practical choice. I choose you because you're willing to be scared with me, because you're willing to admit you don't have the answers, because you kiss me like you're claiming me and touch me like I matter urgently and need me in a way that gives me permission to need you back. He folds the letter, puts it in his pocket. Is that true? He asks. Every word. And if it gets hard again, when we forget, when we fall back into being careful, then we remind each other. We write more letters. We tell the truth. We ask for what we want. He nods slowly. And you'll stay? I'm not going anywhere, are you? No. He pulls her close, kisses the top of her head. I'm right where I want to be. They decide to take a trip. Not a grand vacation. Neither of them has time for that. But a weekend away. Somewhere they've never been. Somewhere new. They choose a cabin in the mountains, 3 hours north, where December snow is already falling. They arrive at dusk, the sky purple and pink, the trees heavy with white. It's beautiful, she says, standing on the porch while Michael brings in their bags. Come inside, he calls. It's freezing out there. But she stays a moment longer, breathing cold air, feeling alive in her skin in a way she hasn't in years. Then she goes inside where Michael has already started a fire, where wine is being opened, where a weekend of honesty and hunger and choosing each other is just beginning. That night, after they've made love, not carefully, not quietly, but with the urgent need that's become their new language, she lies in his arms and asks, do you think we would have made it? If I hadn't written those letters, if you hadn't found them? I don't know, he says honestly. Maybe. Or maybe we would have just continued, been fine, been comfortable. Would that have been enough? For me? Maybe. I'm good at accepting things, at making do. He pauses. But not for you. And eventually your hunger would have eaten through everything. I'd rather have this. Risk and truth and actually feeling things than slow suffocation disguised as peace. She turns to look at him. When did you get so wise? When I got so scared I had no choice. They fall asleep like that, skin to skin, honest and whole. The weekend passes in a blur of snow and firelight, long conversations and longer silences, the kind where you can just be present without having to perform being together. On Sunday morning, he wakes early and finds her standing at the window, watching the snowfall. What are you thinking? He asks, coming to stand behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. That I'm happy, she says, and that it scares me, because I keep waiting for something to ruin it. Keep waiting to wake up and find out it was temporary. It might be, he says. Not the love. I don't think that's temporary, but the ease, the feeling that we've figured it out, that might not last. So what do? We don't wait for it to get hard again. We don't brace for impact. We just stay here, in this moment, in this happiness. And when it gets hard, because it will, we remember that we did this once. We found our way back. We can do it again. She leans back against him, feels his warmth, his solidity, his presence. I choose you, she says. I want you to know that. I choose you. I know, he says. I can feel it. They drive home through snow that's still falling. The road's slick and slow. Neither of them minds. They're not in a hurry. When they pull into their driveway, their house looks different. Or maybe they're different, and the house just looks like itself. A place they've chosen, a life they're building, a commitment they're honouring not out of obligation but out of desire. Inside, There's a letter waiting for her on the kitchen table. From him. "When did you write this?" she asks, holding the envelope. "Last night, after you fell asleep." She opens it. "Dear love, I'm watching you sleep, and I'm thinking about thresholds. The one we crossed 7 years ago when we got married. The one we crossed when I found your letters. The one we're crossing now into whatever comes next. You asked me once if love is enough. I told you I didn't know, but I think I do now. Love isn't enough if you're asking it to be a shield. If you're asking it to protect you from hunger, from fear, from the terror of wanting something you might not get. But love is enough if you're asking it to be a foundation, if you're asking it to be the place you return to after you've been brave, after you've risked, after you've admitted what you actually want. I want you, not the version of you who's grateful and patient and accommodating. I want the version who's hungry, who admits she's thirsty, who demands to be devoured. And I want to be the man who does the devouring, not carefully, not apologetically, but completely. So here's my promise. I will need you. I will claim you. I will remind you every day that you're essential. And if we forget, when we forget, we'll write more letters. We'll tell the truth. We'll choose each other again. Because that's what love is, I think. Not a feeling that arrives and stays, but a choice we make over and over, a threshold we cross again and again. I choose you. I will always choose you. She reads it twice, then sets it down and goes to find him. He's in the living room, standing by the window looking out at their snow-covered street. "Thank you," she says. He turns. "For what?" "For being willing to be scared with me," he smiles. "Thank you for making it worth it." She goes to him, and he wraps his arms around her, and they stand there as evening falls, as their life together continues, as the future they're building moment by moment unfolds, and she thinks, yes, this is enough. This is more than enough. This is everything. The end. The Hollow of Whispers. The air in the Hollow of Whispers did not merely sit, it clung. There was a thick, syrupy suspension of humid Kentucky heat and the heavy, narcotic scent of curing tobacco from the nearby barns. To Abigail Thorne, this humidity felt like a physical weight against her ribs, a reminder of the gravity of her station. She stood at the edge of the limestone-rimmed creek, her grey cotton dress a stark, unadorned line against the riotous green of the overgrowth. To any observer, she was the very image of Quaker composure, a woman whose life was governed by the inner light and the profound stillness of her faith. Yet, beneath the starched linen of her bodice, Abigail's heart was a frozen thing. It had been cold since the morning they brought her brother Thomas home on a shutter, his chest torn open by a lead ball from an honour duel. She had looked at the blood on the floor and seen the vanity of all human aggression. To her, every raised hand, every glint of a bayonet was a stain upon the soul. She had committed herself to the quiet, believing that if she could simply move through the world without friction, she might remain unscarred. She knelt by the water, her fingers reaching for a patch of wild mint that grew in the shade of a jagged rock. As her hand closed around the stems, the sharp, cool, bruised scent rose up, a sudden, bracing clarity in the oppressive heat. "The water is higher than it looks, Miss Thorne." The voice was like a low vibration in the earth. Abigail did not start. She was too well schooled for that. But the mint stems snapped in her hand. She stood slowly, turning to find a man in a tunic of new, coarse grey wool. Silas Vance did not belong in the hollow. He was a creature of motion and iron, his frame hardened by a life of tethers he had tried to outrun. His father had been a man of the cavalry, returning from Mexico as little more than a ghost who eventually vanished into the woods, leaving Silas with the bitter knowledge that to love was to be abandoned. Silas had enlisted for the Confederacy not because he believed in the sovereignty of the states, but because the regiment offered a rhythm he understood. The bit, the saddle, the charge. He feared the stillness Abigail inhabited. He feared that if he stopped moving, the silence would swallow him whole. "The storm upstream has swollen the bed," Silas said, stepping closer. He looked at the bruised mint in her hand. "You have a fondness for things that require crushing to show their worth." Abigail met his gaze. His eyes were the colour of the river after a flood, turbid and deep. "I have a fondness for things that remain where they are planted, Mr. Vance, unlike some who find it necessary to dress for destruction." Silas's jaw tightened. The uniform felt heavy, the wool scratching at his neck. He stepped into the shallows, the water swirling around his leather boots. "I am here to ensure the safety of this border. Even a pacifist needs a bridge on occasion." He reached out a hand. It was a massive thing, calloused and stained with the oil of his carbine. Abigail hesitated. To touch him was to acknowledge the war, but the creek was indeed a churning froth of mud and debris. She placed her hand in his. The contact was not a mere touch. It was an intrusion. Through the thin cotton of her sleeve, the heat of his palm seared her skin. It was a visceral, thrumming electricity that defied every vow of restraint she had ever made. Her breath caught, not in her throat, but in the very centre of her chest. For a moment, the world narrowed to the point of contact, the solid, unyielding weight of him against her own fragile poise. "Steady," he whispered. The word was a ghost of a sound, lost to the rush of the water. As he pulled her toward the bank, his thumb grazed the underside of her wrist, where the pulse hammered like a trapped bird. Abigail felt the frost in her heart crack. It was a terrifying sensation, a sudden thaw that promised only the chaos of the flood. When she finally stepped onto the dry silt, she pulled her hand away as if burned. "I am obliged to thee," she said, her voice trembling despite her best efforts to use the formal, plain speech of her people. "Don't be," Silas replied, his gaze lingering on the mint leaves scattered at her feet. "Some things are better left uncrossed." 2 weeks later, the heat had broken into a series of fitful electric drizzles. Abigail found Silas in the shade of the old smokehouse, his large hands moving with unexpected delicacy over a bundle of feathers. "He hit the telegraph wire," Silas said without looking up. In his lap lay a kestrel, its wing hanging at a sickening angle. The bird's eyes were wide, golden orbs of terror. Abigail knelt beside him, the hem of her skirt soaking up the damp earth. "Thou art trying to mend what thy kind usually breaks." "I am not a destroyer by nature, Abigail, only by circumstance." Together they worked to bind the wing. It required a terrible, intimate proximity. Silas held the bird's body against his thigh, his muscular legs framing the small creature. Abigail wound the linen strips. Her knuckles repeatedly brushed against the rough wool of his trousers, and the scent of him, salt, horse, and wood smoke, began to overwhelm the smell of the damp earth. "I fear the silence," Silas confessed suddenly. His voice was raw, stripped of its military bark. Not the dark, but the silence after the cannons stop, when you realize everyone is waiting for a sound that will never come. Abigail looked up. For the first time she did not see a soldier. She saw a man who was profoundly, fundamentally lonely. A laugh bubbled up in her, not of mockery, but of pure, unguarded recognition. It was a rich, melodic sound that seemed to startle even the kestrel. "Then we are two of a kind, Silas Vance," she said, "for I am terrified of the noise. I thought if I stayed quiet enough I would be safe from the world's clamour." The air between them changed. It became thick, charged with the same tension that precedes a lightning strike. A few days later, the tension found its home in the tobacco dry house. The room was a cathedral of hanging leaf, the air so dense with the musk of curing tobacco that it felt like breathing gold. Abigail was checking the racks when Silas entered. He didn't speak. He simply stood in the doorway, the backlighting of the afternoon sun throwing his broad shoulders into sharp relief. He moved toward her, his footsteps silent on the packed earth floor. The heat in the barn was oppressive, causing beads of moisture to form on Abigail's upper lip. Silas stopped inches from her. He didn't touch her, but the radiant heat of his body was a physical presence. He raised his hand, his thumb tracing the line of her jaw, never quite making contact with her skin, but tracking the frantic pulse in her throat. Abigail felt an ache begin in the pit of her stomach, a hollow, demanding hunger she had no name for. She wanted him to close the distance. She wanted the rough wool of his tunic to rasp against her sensitized skin. She looked at his mouth, and the world seemed to dissolve into the scent of tobacco and the sound of their synchronized shallow breaths. "You are mending my soul, Quaker," he whispered. She reached out, her fingers trembling as she took a needle and thread to a small tear in his tunic, right over the heart. She didn't ask him to remove it. She mended it while he wore it, her knuckles grazing the hard, rhythmic rise and fall of his chest. The proximity was a slow torture. Every time her hand moved, she felt the vibration of his life force. He stood perfectly still, a predator-turned statue, his eyes fixed on her lowered lashes. The air was a liquid fire, and for a moment the war outside, the politics, the blood, the honour seemed like a fiction. Only the weight of his gaze and the scent of the mint she had tucked into her waistband were real. The breaking point came with the dawn. The aching silence was shattered by the rhythmic thud of the hooves and the jangle of the iron. Silas's regiment had been ordered to seize all able-bodied livestock for the spring campaign. Abigail stood in the centre of the paddock, her arms wrapped around the neck of her lead mare, a gentle beast that was the literal lifeblood of the Thorn farm. Silas sat atop his own mount, his face a mask of cold military indifference. "Step aside, Abigail," he said. His voice was a flat, dead thing. "Thou wouldst take the bread from our mouths," she cried, her voice cracking. "Thou wouldst use these animals to carry men to their graves. It is an order. If I do not take them, the next man will be less gentle." He refused to look at her. He looked instead at the horizon, at the grey clouds gathering over the hills. When he signalled his men to move forward, Abigail did not move. She stood like a stone until Silas himself dismounted. He took the lead rope from her hands, his fingers brushing hers. But there was no thrum of electricity now, only a cold, hollow void. "This is your duty," she whispered, her eyes burning with a rage she hadn't known she possessed. "To weaponize your presence against those who fed you." Silas didn't answer. He led the horses away, the dust from their departure coating Abigail's tongue with the taste of ash. That night the distance between the plantation and the cavalry encampment felt like a literal wound. Silas sat by a small sputtering fire in the rain. He didn't seek cover. He let the cold water soak through his wool tunic, feeling the corrosive rot of duty eating at his insides. He looked toward the distant glow of a single candle in Abigail's window. He felt like a man watching a star from the bottom of a well. Every instinct told him to go to her, to throw down the iron and the wool and simply be. But the legacy of his father, the fear of being the one who leaves, kept him pinned to the mud. In the house, Abigail sat in the dark. The silence she had once cherished was now a predatory thing. She felt the absence of his heat as if she had lost a limb. She realized then that her frozen heart hadn't been protected. It had merely been waiting to be shattered. The pining was a physical ache, a rhythmic throb in her temples that matched the rain against the glass. On the eve of the regiment's departure for the front, Abigail found him. She did not come with the inner light or the plain speech. She came through the woods, her dress torn by briars, her hair escaping its pins. She found him near the limestone cave at the edge of the hollow. "Silas!" she screamed, the sound echoing off the rock. He turned, his face haggard in the moonlight. "Go back, Abigail. There's nothing left here but the dying. I will not let thee go into the dark, thinking I hate thee for thy duty," she cried, closing the distance. She struck his chest with her fists, not with the strength of a fighter, but with the desperation of a woman trying to wake a sleeper. "It is a waste. Thy life, this war, this pride. It is all a waste if thou dost not understand that I am alive, and thou art alive, and we are here," Silas snapped. The restraint he had cultivated for years disintegrated. He caught her wrists, pulling her flush against him. The collision was violent, a battle of breaths. He dragged her into the shadows of the limestone cave, the air inside cool and smelling of ancient earth and damp stone. He pressed her back against the jagged wall, his mouth finding hers with a hunger that was primal and absolute. There was no gentleness in this first encounter. It was an urgent, desperate possession. Silas's hands, rough and impatient, moved over the cotton of her bodice, the sound of tearing fabric loud in the small space. Abigail didn't shrink away. She met his intensity with a fervour that shocked them both. She wanted the weight of him. She wanted the reality of his skin against hers to drown out the memory of the horses and the guns. When his hands found the bare skin of her waist, she let out a low, guttural sound, a surrender that was also a victory. The texture of the cold stone against her back contrasted sharply with the molten heat of his body. Silas's movements were rhythmic and urgent, a defiance of the mortality that awaited him on the battlefield. He buried his face in the crook of her neck, his breath hot and ragged. "You are the only thing that is real," he groaned, his voice breaking against her skin. Their union was an earthy, visceral thing. Every touch was a declaration of sovereignty over their own bodies, a refusal to let the war dictate the terms of their existence. Abigail felt the frost within her entirely consumed by the fire he brought. She realized that fighting for this, for the heat of a living man, for the connection that transcended ideology, was the only righteous war she would ever know. Later, as the moon climbed higher, a second encounter unfolded, this one slower, more rhythmic, and filled with a devastating tenderness. The desperation had been replaced by a deep, resonant awareness. Silas moved with a deliberate grace, his eyes never leaving hers. He traced the lines of her body as if memorizing a map that would lead him home. The molten heat of their connection was no longer a fire that burned, but a tide that carried them both. In the quiet of the cave, the power dynamic shifted. Silas, the soldier, surrendered his strength to her vulnerability, and Abigail, the pacifist, found the courage to claim him as her own. "Come back," she whispered into the silence. "Do not let the silence be the end." "I will find my way to the mint," he promised, his forehead pressed against hers. 1865. The war had ended not with a flourish, but with a long, exhausting exhale. The Kentucky hills were scarred, the tobacco barns empty, and the air held the metallic tang of old blood and new iron. Abigail was in the hollow, kneeling among the herbs. She was older, the lines around her eyes speaking of a woman who had survived the smoke of the past. She was gathering sage and thyme when the sound of a limping footstep on the limestone reached her. She didn't look up immediately. She couldn't. Her heart, once frozen, then melted, was now a fragile thing held together by hope. Then the scent rose. A foot stepped on a patch of wild mint. The aroma wasn't the bruised, sharp scent of their first meeting. It was bright, revitalizing, and incredibly strong. It was the scent of a thing that had been crushed, and had returned with twice the vigour. Abigail stood. Silas Vance stood at the edge of the creek. He was thinner, a jagged scar running from his temple to his jaw, and he leaned heavily on a hickory cane. The grey wool tunic was gone, replaced by a threadbare linen shirt that hung loose on his frame. But his eyes, those turbid, river-coloured eyes, were clear. He wasn't a soldier anymore. He was a man who had walked through the fire and found his way to the water. "I heard the silence," he said, his voice a ghost of its former self, "and I followed the scent of the mint." Abigail didn't speak. She crossed the creek, her feet splashing in the clear water. She met him in the centre of the bed, the water rushing around their ankles. She didn't offer a formal greeting. She simply reached out and took his hand, her fingers interlacing with his calloused ones. Behind them, the tobacco fields, once the source of their conflict and the scent of their longing, were being cleared. They weren't being replanted with the narcotic leaf of the past. Men were tilling the soil for corn. It was a shift from the smoke of the past to the sustenance of the future. Silas pulled her close, his cane clicking against the limestone. They pressed their foreheads together, the humid Kentucky air finally feeling like a blessing rather than a burden. "The war is over, Abigail," he whispered. "The war is over," she agreed. The final tableau was one of profound, lingering peace. The cinematic focus narrowed to their entwined hands. Silas's cavalry ring was long gone, traded perhaps for bread or passage. In its place was the simple, permanent weight of her touch. They stood in the hollow of whispers, but the whispers were no longer of ghosts or duty. They were the sounds of the water, the wind in the corn, and the steady rhythmic beat of two hearts that had survived the incineration. In the quiet, as the sun began to set, they shared a moment of tender, realistic intimacy. A simple kiss that tasted of salt, mint, and the incredible hard-won promise of tomorrow. Undercover playlist. Eli Morrison had forgotten how to be nobody. The morning he walked through the doors of Westfield High, he couldn't remember the last time he'd moved through a crowd without people whispering, pointing, or asking for selfies. Here, he was Eli Carter, new kid with a vague backstory involving his dad's job transfer, a deliberately boring choice of clothes, and absolutely no musical talent whatsoever. The first person to crash into him was also the last person he expected to need. "Watch it." Maya Bowen didn't look up as she scrambled to collect scattered papers from the hallway floor. Her hair, an impossible shade of burgundy that shifted purple in the fluorescent light, created a curtain between them. "Some of us actually have responsibilities." "Sorry." Eli crouched to help gather what looked like pages from a manuscript. "Let me..." "Don't." She snatched the papers away. "I've got it." He caught a glimpse of her writing before she pulled it back. The Soundpost entry. 247. Why Jackson Reyes has lost his revolutionary edge. His stomach dropped. He knew this blog. Had been reading it for months, actually. Maya Bowen was the anonymous critic who'd been systematically dismantling his public persona with surgical precision. "You're new," she said, finally looking at him. Her eyes were an unsettling green. Not pretty exactly, but the kind of colour that demanded a second look. "Transfer?" "Yeah. Eli Carter. You're Maya," she frowned. "How do you know that?" It's on your papers." "Right." She stood up, studying him with the same intensity she probably applied to her music reviews. "Word of advice, Eli Carter. Don't try too hard to fit in. This place eats tryhards alive." She walked away before he could respond, leaving behind the faint scent of something like vanilla and rebellion. Tyler found him at lunch. "Dude, you already met the Bowen? That's either very lucky or very cursed." "The Bowen?" Maya Bowen runs this brutal music blog that's got like a cult following. She's taken down more local bands than The Economy. Also plays violin like she's personally mad at the universe. Tyler grinned. Word is she's got zero tolerance for fake people. So you're screwed. If only Tyler knew. The next weeks fell into a rhythm Eli hadn't experienced since middle school. Early mornings on the bus instead of in a town car, lunch in a crowded cafeteria instead of craft services, homework at a kitchen table instead of on a private jet. His security team monitored from a distance. His father called twice daily to ensure he was maintaining the charade, and his social media manager posted throwback photos to maintain his online presence. But the strangest part was Maya. When their English teacher assigned them as project partners, Maya's expression suggested she'd rather be partnered with a paper shredder. Analysing indie pop evolution, she announced on day one, dropping a thick binder between them. I've already done the research. You just need to not mess up my grade. I actually know a bit about music, Eli offered. Right. New kid with a guitar syndrome. Let me guess. You played Wonderwall once and now you're the next Kurt Cobain. Something like that. She looked at him differently after he correctly identified not just genres but specific producers on the tracks she played during their research sessions. When he mentioned how the evolution of indie pop paralleled the democratization of music production, she actually put down her phone. Huh, she said, maybe you're not completely hopeless. It was the highest compliment he'd received in months. Their work sessions moved from the library to Maya's hideaway, a forgotten corner behind the audio-visual equipment where someone had left an old CD player. Maya had been curating this space with albums, leaving notes about tracks, building something like a shrine to honest music. This is incredible, Eli said, running his fingers over handwritten track listings. You've documented everything. Music is memory, Maya said simply. People forget that. They think it's just entertainment, but every song is someone's truth at a particular moment. Even the ones that lie are telling the truth about the lie. She pulled out her violin case, an action so natural it had to be habitual. Want to hear something? What came out wasn't classical. It was raw, improvised, the kind of music that spoke directly to something behind your ribcage. Eli found himself reaching for the guitar that mysteriously appeared against the wall. You play? Maya asked, pausing mid-bow. A little. They played for 20 minutes. No words, just sound building on sound. Eli carefully avoided anything that might sound like his own compositions, instead falling into a rhythm that supported Maya's fierce melody. When they finished, the silence felt like an ending neither of them wanted. Not bad, Carter, Maya said, and for the first time, he heard something like warmth in her voice. That night, alone in his temporary bedroom, so much smaller than his penthouse, so much more like home, Eli made a decision that would complicate everything. He logged into the Soundpost with a new account name, Anonymous Melody. Just wanted to say your review of Jackson's latest single made me think. What if his revolutionary edge isn't lost but evolving? Sometimes artists go underground not because they've lost their voice, but because they're finding a new one. He hit send before he could overthink it. The next day, Maya mentioned the comment. Got this interesting response on the blog last night. Someone actually defended Jackson Reyes without resorting to fan worship. Maybe the world isn't completely lost after all, Eli agreed, fighting the urge to smile too widely. Later, Tyler cornered him after band practice. Static Noise was exactly what the name suggested. 5 guys with more enthusiasm than talent making noise in Tyler's garage. Bro, you're holding back, Tyler said, watching Eli play with obvious constraint. You're like, too good at being deliberately mediocre. It's weird. Just trying to fit in. Yeah, about that. Tyler grabbed Eli's guitar pick, a standard black Fender. Where'd you get this? Music store. They don't sell these anymore. This is vintage. Tyler studied him. You know what? Never mind. We all have our secrets. But if you ever want to stop pretending you can't play, We could use a lead guitarist who doesn't sound like he's torturing cats. That Friday, Maya stayed after class for the project. They'd moved past the formal research phase into actual discussion, sometimes forgetting they were supposed to be completing an assignment. Question, Maya said, suddenly serious. Do you think artists have an obligation to stay true to their original sound? No, Eli answered without thinking. I think they have an obligation to stay true to themselves, even if that means changing, even if their fans hate it. Especially if their fans hate it. Otherwise, you're not really creating anymore. You're just maintaining a brand. Maya looked at him for a long moment. You know what, Carter? You might actually get music. She started packing up her violin, and Eli realised with startling clarity that he didn't want the session to end. The fire alarm that suddenly shrieked through the building was almost a relief. It interrupted what might have been his first genuine impulse in months. As they evacuated, Maya's hand briefly caught his arm. Same time Monday? Definitely. Walking home, Eli received 3 texts. One from his father demanding an update, one from his manager about a potential duet with another teen pop sensation, and one from Tyler. Dude, I know who you are. His blood went cold. Your guitar playing gave you away. Don't worry, your secret's safe. But man, this is going to get complicated. Very complicated, Eli typed back, thinking about Maya's hand on his arm, about the way she'd said, not bad, Carter, about how he hadn't felt this real in over a year. Monday morning arrived with the kind of grey sky that made fluorescent lights seem almost romantic. Eli found Tyler waiting by his locker, practically vibrating with nervous energy. I didn't sleep, Tyler announced without preamble. I kept thinking about how insane this is. You're Jackson freaking Reyes. Keep your voice down. Jackson Reyes is in my garage band. Maya Bowen, who once wrote a 2,000-word essay on why your acoustic version of Gravity was an insult to both physics and music theory, is falling for you. This is either the universe's idea of a joke or the setup for the world's most twisted love song. She's not falling for me. Right. Tyler's sarcasm could have stripped paint. And I'm actually Beyoncé. Dude, you should see how you look at her. Like she's sheet music you're trying to read. Eli slammed his locker, perhaps with more force than necessary. It's not like that. Then what's it like? The question followed him through the morning. What was it like exactly? Maya had started saving him a seat in classes they shared. She'd initiated conversations about music that had nothing to do with their project. Yesterday she'd shared half a sandwich without being asked. Small things, normal things, things that probably meant nothing. His phone buzzed with a notification from the Soundpost. Maya had posted a new entry, responding to several comments from anonymous Melody. To AM, your point about evolution versus revolution in artistry is interesting. But consider this. Some changes feel like growth, others like abandonment. How do we distinguish between an artist discovering new truth and an artist forgetting who they were? She was brilliant. Absolutely, infuriatingly brilliant. At lunch, Sophia materialized at their table like a gossip-hungry ghost. Maya Bowen, she announced, sliding into the seat beside her best friend. We need to discuss your love life. What love life? Maya didn't look up from her notebook. The one that involves mysterious study partners and secret smiles. Sophia? Maya? Sophia turned to Eli. What are your intentions with my best friend? We're doing a project. Projects. That's what they call it these days. Maya kicked Sophia under the table. Ignore her. She thinks everything is romance. Everything is romance, Sophia declared. Speaking of which, did you see that Jackson Reyes is rumoured to be dating that actress? The one from the vampire show? Eli nearly choked on his water. Where did you hear that? Maya asked, and Eli couldn't tell if he imagined the edge in her voice. Entertainment tonight. Though honestly, she seems basic for him. He should date someone with actual musical taste, someone who could challenge him creatively. The irony was so thick Eli could have cut it with a plastic spork. After lunch, Maya pulled him aside. Want to go somewhere other than the library? Today? Sure. She led him off campus down a path he hadn't noticed before. 10 minutes later they emerged at a small park dominated by a war memorial. Maya sat cross-legged on the grass, facing the monument. My parents died here, she said without preamble. Car accident 3 years ago. Eli sat beside her, suddenly understanding why the path felt worn. I come here when I need to think, or when I need to remember who I am. She pulled out her phone, scrolled through photos. Dad was a music teacher. Mum was a nurse who sang in the church choir. Neither of them were famous, but they were real. You know? Yeah, he said quietly. I know. Sometimes I wonder if they'd understand my obsession with authenticity in music. Like, would they get why I'm so hard on artists who seem to change for money or fame? She glanced at him. Do you think that's fair? The question felt like a trap he'd set for himself. I think being hard on people who abandon their values is fair. Being hard on people who are growing? Maybe not. How do you tell the difference? You listen to their music. Really listen. Truth sounds different than calculation. Maya was quiet for a long moment. You know what's weird, Eli? You're the first person in this school who talks about music like it matters, like it's more than just background noise. Music is never just background noise, he said without thinking, then caught himself. I mean, to people who really care about it. Exactly, she smiled. A real smile, not the guarded expression she usually wore. Want to hear something embarrassing? I've got a playlist for every mood. Happy, sad, anxious, angry. Even one for confused about feelings. That's not embarrassing, that's beautiful. Really? Really. Music as emotional cartography. That's brilliant. The way she looked at him then, surprise mixed with something warmer, made his chest tight. This was dangerous territory. This was where fake names and real feelings started colliding in ways that could hurt everyone involved. His phone rang, Dad's ringtone. Take it, Maya said. I'll wait. Eli walked a few feet away, answered on the third ring. Progress report, his father said without greeting. Everything's fine. Are you maintaining your cover? No incidents? No incidents. Good. We need you back in studio next week. The label wants demos. Dad? This little experiment isn't forever, Eli. We indulge it because we need clean PR and because your mother insisted, but don't forget what's real. What's real? Eli looked back at Maya, sitting beside her parents' memorial, trusting him with pieces of herself. I understand, he said, ending the call. When he returned, Maya was writing in her notebook. Work stuff, she asked. Family stuff. Everything okay? Yeah. She tore out a page, hesitated, then handed it to him. I wrote something for the project, but also not for the project. The paper contained lyrics, simple, honest, beautiful lyrics about finding truth in unexpected places. Maya, this is incredible. It's stupid. It's not. He read it again, recognizing echoes of their conversations, their connection. Do you have a melody for it? Maybe. Want to work on it together? Her smile was answer enough. They spent the afternoon turning her words into music, their collaboration as natural as breathing. When Maya played the melody on her violin while Eli added guitar, something clicked into place. The song wasn't finished, but it was beginning, like them. Walking back to school, Maya bumped his shoulder playfully. Thanks for not making fun of my lyrics. Thanks for sharing them. You know what? I've decided. You're officially not hopeless, Eli Carter. High praise from the infamous music critic. Don't let it go to your head. But it was too late for that warning. Something had already gone to his head, and it wasn't praise. It was the way her laugh sounded when she forgot to be guarded. It was the trust in her eyes when she showed him her writing. It was the growing certainty that what started as deception was becoming the most real thing in his life. That night, Eli lay awake composing in his head, not for his album, not for his image, but for Maya. Real lyrics about real feelings in a way he hadn't allowed himself since becoming someone. His phone buzzed. A text from Tyler. "Saw you two at the park. You're in deep, aren't you?" "Yeah. What are you going to do?" Eli stared at the ceiling, thinking about Maya's lyrics, about her parents' memorial, about the way she listened to music like it could save or condemn the world. "I don't know. Want some advice?" "Always. Stop lying to yourself first. The rest might follow." The melody of lies had become a full-time occupation. Eli found himself crafting an elaborate digital existence as anonymous melody, responding to Maya's blog posts with the kind of insight he could only provide as the artist himself. It was self-serving and honest in equal measure, like performing surgery on himself through a mirror. Meanwhile, Static Noise had reluctantly accepted him as their lead guitarist, and Tyler was struggling to balance friendship with the weight of secrets. "You're getting better," Maya observed one afternoon, listening to Eli play during lunch. They'd claimed an empty classroom as their unofficial headquarters, a space where Maya could practice violin and Eli could play guitar without wondering if someone would recognise his style. "Or you're just getting used to my mediocrity." "I'd know mediocrity. This is something else." She studied him like she studied music, searching for the truth beneath the performance. "Sometimes you play like you're holding back, like you know exactly where the song wants to go but won't let yourself take it there. Maybe I'm afraid of where it might go, music or life." The question hung between them, loaded with implications neither acknowledged. Sophia interrupted with the grace of a tornado. "Emergency best friend meeting," she announced, dragging Maya toward the door. "Eli, you're excused." "What's the emergency?" Maya protested. "Someone found Jackson Reyes's guitar pick in the hallway, the rare ones, with his signature, which means he's either visited our school or someone here is connected to him more than they're letting on." Eli's blood crystallized. He'd lost that pick 3 days ago. "So what?" Maya called over her shoulder as Sophia pulled her away. "Maybe someone's just a collector." But the damage was spreading. By the end of the day, the guitar pick had become the subject of wild speculation. Theories ranged from secret concerts to celebrities' kids hiding in plain sight. Tyler found Eli at his locker. "You need to be more careful." "I lost one guitar pick. People lose things." "Not custom Jackson Reyes picks. Sophia's already cross-referencing everyone's social media. It's only a matter of time before..." "Before what?" "Maya's smart enough to..." "Figure it out?" "Maya's smart enough to figure anything out. The question is whether she'll want to when she realises you've been lying to her face for weeks." That evening, Eli made a decision that probably qualified as emotional self-harm. He started leaving song lyrics in Maya's locker, fragments of verses he'd written but never recorded, pieces of himself he couldn't give any other way. The first note read, "Truth and fiction blur when you're looking through the same lens. Sometimes the realest thing is the lie that makes the most sense." Maya found it the next morning. In English class, she kept glancing at him, then at the paper. "Did you write this?" she whispered during group work. "Write what?" "These lyrics. In my locker." "Why would I do that?" Her expression suggested she wasn't entirely buying his denial, but she let it go. By week's end, 3 more notes had appeared, each one a small truth wrapped in metaphor. The blog post from Anonymous Melody intensified. What if the greatest artists are the ones we don't recognise? What if authenticity isn't about revealing everything, but about revealing what matters? Maya's responses grew more engaged, more personal. To AM. "You make authenticity sound like a choice rather than an obligation. But don't we owe our audience the truth of who we are? I never traced the IP. I thought maybe you were a professor or music industry insider. Turns out the truth was even stranger. Eli stared at her words until his vision blurred. She was talking directly to him, even though she didn't know it. The digital debate felt more intimate than their face-to-face conversations. Meanwhile, Maya's grandmother was becoming suspicious in her own way. "This boy you've been studying with," Grace said during one of their weekly dinners. "Are you sure he's just a study partner?" "Gran, please." "I'm not blind, Maya. You come home humming songs you haven't hummed since your parents were alive. You smile at your phone. These are symptoms of something. Symptoms of friendship. In my day, we called it chemistry." Maya blushed furiously. "It's not like that. It never is, until it is." But Grace kept her concerns private until the evening she answered the door to find a black SUV idling outside their modest house. Maya was at orchestra practice, and Grace found herself face to face with a man in an expensive suit. "Mrs. Bowen, I'm David Morrison. I believe my son has become friends with your granddaughter." Grace studied him with the wariness of someone who'd seen too much. "Your son?" "Eli, though you might know him better by his stage name." Back at school, the truth was closing in from all directions. During lunch, Tyler pulled Eli aside. "Sophia's done too much research. She knows someone connected to Jackson Reyes is at this school. She's narrowed it down to you, me, and 2 other guys. One of them is the kid who always wears sunglasses indoors, so her money's on you." "What did you tell her?" "I told her she was overthinking things. But Eli, she's smart and she's motivated. How long before she connects dots we can't unconnect?" The answer came sooner than expected. Sophia found them after school, practically vibrating with excitement. "I know your secret." She held up a printed page. "I work on the school paper. I'm always in the computer lab. Someone printed these emails about Project Normal yesterday and forgot to grab them." Eli's heart stopped. "You're moonlighting as Static Noises guitarist. Why didn't you just say so? It's not like it's embarrassing. You're actually good." Relief flooded through him, followed immediately by the recognition that he'd been granted a reprieve, not a pardon. "Yeah," he said carefully, "just trying to keep a low profile." "Well, your secret's safe with me. Though," she glanced at Tyler, "I might want to interview the band for the paper." That was how Eli found himself performing publicly for the first time in months, albeit with a garage, band instead of a sold-out arena. Maya came to the static noise rehearsal/interview session, ostensibly as Sophia's photographer, but she spent more time watching Eli play than taking pictures. "You really don't sing?" Maya asked during a break. "I leave that to others," Eli said, which was technically true. He did usually leave singing to others. It just happened that those others were studio musicians hired to back him up. "Pity, you have the right voice for it. Deep but not too gravelly. Could probably handle indie rock or singer-songwriter stuff without strain." How she could know that from listening to him speak was either pure insight or cosmic irony. After the session, as they walked out together, Maya stopped him. "Can I tell you something weird?" "Always." "Those lyrics you've been leaving, because I know it's you, don't try to deny it. They feel familiar somehow. Like I've heard them in a dream or something. Maybe you're just that intuitive about music. Or maybe you're just that intuitive about me." The air between them tightened in a way that demanded resolution. Eli found himself leaning closer, and Maya didn't pull away. For a moment the weight of secrets lifted. Then Tyler's van backfired in the parking lot, shattering the moment like glass. "I should go," Maya said, but she didn't move. "Yeah, me too." Neither of them moved. "Tomorrow?" Maya asked. "Library? Or the memorial?" "Let's go somewhere new." "Okay, somewhere new." She walked away, and Eli wondered if truth could be a place you travelled to gradually, or if it was more like jumping off a cliff, all at once or not at all. That night he composed the most honest song he'd written in years. Not for an album, Not for his image, but for the feeling of standing in a high school parking lot, wanting to kiss someone who might hate him if she knew who he really was. His phone buzzed with a message from an unknown number. This is Grace Bowen. We need to talk about my granddaughter. Some secrets, Eli realised, had expiration dates, and his was coming up fast. Grace Bowen's cafe of choice was the kind of place that probably hadn't changed its menu since 1987. She sat in a corner booth, nursing coffee and radiating the kind of authority that made Eli check his posture. "You're punctual," she observed as he slid into the seat across from her. "That's something. Mrs. Bowen, Grace, and I'll be direct." She slid a printed page across the table. It was a screenshot of the sound post, featuring one of his responses as anonymous Melody. "My granddaughter doesn't know I read her blog, and I'd prefer to keep it that way. But I'm reasonably good with computers, and anonymous Melody's comments have a certain authority that goes beyond casual fan knowledge." Eli's carefully constructed world tilted sideways. "Combined with my husband's obsession with music history, God rest his soul, I've heard enough industry stories to recognise patterns like famous people's, children hiding in plain sight, like talent that tries too hard to seem ordinary, like very expensive guitar picks lost in hallways. Grace, let me finish. David Morrison came to my house yesterday. That was enlightening." She sipped her coffee with infuriating calm. "He wants to know about Maya's influence on his son. Wanted to ensure she wasn't distracting Eli from his career. She's not. I know that. The question is, what exactly is she to you? Because if this is some kind of celebrity game, it's not." The words came out more forcefully than intended. Maya is the first person in a year who's seen me as just Eli. Not the product, not the brand, just me. Grace's expression softened imperceptibly. "And does Eli care about my granddaughter? Really care? More than I've cared about anything in a long time? Enough to stop lying to her?" The question landed like a physical weight. "I want to. I'm just... God, Grace, I'm terrified she'll hate me. She's spent months writing about how Jackson Reyes represents everything fake about the music industry. How am I supposed to tell her that your proof her hypothesis was wrong?" Grace smiled slightly. "Maya's been wrong before. She's also the most forgiving person I know, especially when it comes to matters of the heart. But that forgiveness has limits." She reached into her purse, pulled out an old photograph. Two people on stage, younger versions of themselves, guitars in hand, singing into a shared microphone. "Your grandfather and I had a band once. Nothing famous, but we toured the Midwest, played dive bars and county fairs. This was before Maya's dad came along." She traced the edge of the photo. "We understood that music can be both a bridge and a wall. It depends on how honest you're willing to be." "What happened to the band?" "Life, marriage, kids, the usual suspects." Grace tucked the photo away. "But the music never left. It just evolved, like everything does if you let it." They sat in silence for a moment. "She's planning something for your birthday," Grace said finally. "Something at school. If you're going to tell her, I'd suggest doing it before then. Surprises have a way of revealing more than we intend." After Grace left, Eli sat in the cafe staring at his phone. 3 missed calls from his father, 2 from his manager, and 1 text from Maya. New hiding spot after school? "I found something I want to show you." The something turned out to be an old music room, forgotten in the renovations that had modernised the rest of the school. Covered instruments lined the walls and everything smelled like dust and possibility. "How did you find this place?" Eli asked. "I'm good at finding hidden things." Maya ran her hand over a vintage piano. "I've been thinking about our project, about evolution versus revolution, about how we judge authenticity." She turned to face him. something determined in her expression. "I've also been thinking about those lyrics you've been leaving, and about anonymous melody on my blog, and about the way you play guitar when you think no one's listening." Time stopped. This was it, the moment when careful constructions collapsed. "Maya, let me finish. I think you're more connected to music than you let on. I think maybe you're in this school for reasons that aren't just your dad's job transfer. And I think," she took a breath, "I think I'm falling for you anyway." The honesty in her voice broke something in him. Not the fear, that multiplied, but the isolation, the sense that he had to carry this weight alone. "What if," he said carefully, "what if there was more? More than just connection to music, more than just complicated family stuff? Then I'd want to know, all of it." Before he could respond, the door burst open. Sophia stood there, breathless and triumphant. "Maya, you need to come with me. Now. There's something about the talent show, about Jackson Reyes, about..." She noticed Eli, skidded to a stop. "Oh, sorry. But Maya, this can't wait." Maya looked between them, torn between curiosity and frustration. "Can you give us 5 minutes? 3, and then I'm coming back with a crowbar if necessary." After Sophia left, Maya turned back to Eli. "To be continued?" "Yeah, definitely continued." But as she walked away, Eli knew that time was accelerating faster than his courage. Whatever Sophia had discovered, whatever Maya was planning for his birthday, whatever truth was about to surface, it was all heading toward a collision he couldn't prevent. That night he wrote in his journal, something he hadn't done since signing his first record deal. "Tomorrow I tell her. Tomorrow I stop hiding behind half-truths and carefully crafted personas. Tomorrow I risk everything real for what might be real." But tomorrow had its own plans. Tyler called at midnight. "Eli, we have a problem. Actually, several problems. Sophia knows, she actually knows, and she's giving you until tomorrow to tell Maya yourself, or she's going to do it for you." "How did she..." "Does it matter? Man, this is spiralling. Fast." Eli stared at his ceiling, knowing he'd been given a deadline he couldn't meet or avoid. Tomorrow he'd tell Maya the truth. Tomorrow he'd find out if the person he'd become in her eyes could survive the revelation of who he'd been all along. Tomorrow had become the scariest word in any language. Morning came too quickly, and not quickly enough. Eli arrived at school to find Maya at his locker, holding something that made his heart stop. A printed email conversation between him and his manager, discussing Project Normal, the code name for his public school experience. "Sophia found these in the computer lab printer," Maya said without preamble. "Someone forgot to collect them yesterday." Her voice was carefully neutral, the tone she used when reviewing music she hadn't decided how to judge yet. "Maya, I can explain..." "Can you? Because according to these emails, Eli Carter doesn't exist. According to these emails, you're someone named Eli Morrison who's playing some kind of game with real people's lives." Other students were starting to notice, to cluster nearby with that instinct for drama that teenagers possessed. "Please, can we go somewhere private?" She studied him for a long moment, then nodded. "The music room, 5 minutes." The walk felt eternal. Maya's silence was a wall he didn't know how to scale. When they reached the forgotten music room, she closed the door with more care than necessary. Talk. Where to start? How to explain a year of deception in a way that made sense? Eli chose the only path he knew, the truth. "My real name is Eli Morrison. My stage name is Jackson Reyes. I'm here because my parents thought I needed normal friends, normal experiences, normal life, whatever that means. They thought it would make me a better artist." Maya's expression remained carefully blank. "At first, I just wanted to get through it, to play the part of boring new kid and wait until I could go back to whatever life I had before. But then I met you, and decided to lie to me for months." and decided I didn't want you to see me the way you saw Jackson Reyes in your reviews. I didn't want you to think I represented everything you hated about the music industry. So you let me fall for a fiction. I let you fall for the most real version of myself I've been in years. Maya laughed, but there was no humour in it. The real version? Eli, you've been commenting on my blog as Anonymous Melody. You've been responding to my critiques of your own work, playing some elaborate game with me. That's not true. Those conversations, those comments, they were real. I was finally talking to someone who understood music the way I do, even if she didn't know who she was talking to. Oh, how noble of you. Her sarcasm could have cut glass. You were saving me from my own prejudices. How very gallant. That's not what I meant. She turned away from him, running her fingers over the dusty piano keys. Do you know what's funny? I've been defending you, not Eli, but Jackson, to Sophia, to anonymous commenters on my blog, even to myself. I've been wondering if maybe I was too harsh, if maybe artists deserve space to evolve. Her hands found a chord, minor and melancholy. I've been writing songs about you, about us, about this feeling I couldn't name because I was falling for someone who supposedly didn't care about fame or image. The chord resolved into something softer. Turns out I was falling for someone defined entirely by fame and image. Maya, please listen. I did listen. I listened to every word you said, looked for honesty in every gesture. And you know what? I thought I found it. I thought I found something real for the first time since my parents died. The rawness in her voice stopped him. This wasn't about celebrity secrets or industry manipulation. This was about trust broken in a place where she kept her deepest wounds. It was real, he said quietly. Those moments between us, the music we made together, the way we talked about everything and nothing, that was the most real thing in my life. She faced him again, and he saw tears she hadn't let fall. How am I supposed to believe anything you say now? The question hung between them, unanswerable and essential. Before he could respond, the door burst open. Sophia stood there, breathing hard, with Tyler right behind her. Sorry to interrupt the heartbreak, Sophia said, not sounding sorry at all. But we have a bigger problem. Someone leaked that Jackson Reyes is enrolled here. There are news vans in the parking lot. Tyler added, and Eli's dad just pulled up in a very expensive car. This is about to become a circus. Maya looked at Eli with something that might have been pity. Congratulations, your secret's out, and you didn't even have to tell it yourself. She walked toward the door, paused. For what it's worth, the songs you wrote, the real ones, the ones for you and not for charts, they were good. Better than good. But I guess we'll never know what else might have been. She left, taking something essential with her. Eli stood in the empty music room, surrounded by covered instruments and broken possibilities. Through the window he could see media trucks arriving, security guards, students with phones out, recording everything. Eli, Tyler said gently, we need to get you out of here. But there was no escaping now. Not from the media circus, not from his father's inevitable lecture about damaged brands and controlled narratives, not from the knowledge that he'd lost something irreplaceable through his own cowardice. His phone buzzed. Maya's blog had updated to Anonymous Melody. Thank you for the conversations. They meant more than you know. Sometimes the truth comes too late, and sometimes it comes too close to the bone. Either way, this is goodbye. The final word felt like a door, closing. David Morrison found him 20 minutes later, flanked by security and fury. This ends now. Pack your things. We're leaving. Dad, wait. You need to salvage what's left of your career. Do you have any idea what this has done to our carefully managed image? A secret high school? A girlfriend who's been publicly criticizing your work? Her name is Maya. I don't care what her name is. This entire experiment was supposed to make you more relatable to normal teens, not start some scandal. And it did end, but not the way anyone expected. At the hastily arranged press conference, held in the school auditorium of all places, Eli faced cameras and questions about his public school experiment. The principal stood nervously by the doors, trying to manage the chaos while avoiding being photographed by Entertainment Tonight cameras. When asked about the rumoured relationship with a student blogger, he surprised everyone by turning toward the back of the room. "Maya Bowen is the most honest person I've ever met. She reviews music like truth matters, like art should mean something beyond entertainment. I tried to hide who I was because I was afraid she'd judge the industry version of me instead of just me." He could see Maya in the doorway, having been pulled in by the commotion like everyone else. Her expression was unreadable, not the raw hurt from the music room, but something more guarded, watchful. "I've learned something these past few months. Being real isn't about full disclosure. It's about being honest when it matters, and I wasn't. I'm sorry for that." The questions continued, but Eli's focus had narrowed to a single person. When the circus finally died down and he was allowed to leave, Maya was waiting by the side exit. She'd had time to process, to consider, to decide whether this conversation was worth having. "That was quite a performance," she said. "It wasn't meant to be a performance. Just the truth. Finally." "The truth," she repeated, testing the word. "You know what my grandmother told me once? That music creates bridges and walls depending on how honest you're willing to be. And I think maybe we built both. Now we have to decide which one we want to keep." They stood in the late afternoon sun, the weight of revelation settling around them like dust. Nothing was simple anymore, but perhaps simple hadn't been what they needed anyway. "I'm leaving," Eli said. "My dad's not wrong about the mess this creates, but I want to finish our song, the one you started writing about finding truth in unexpected places." Maya was quiet for a long moment. "What if we finish it and it doesn't sound right? What if we don't finish it and never know?" she smiled. Not the guarded expression he'd become used to, but something fuller, more dangerous. "Send me the lyrics, not as anonymous melody, as you. All of me, all of you." 6 months later, Maya's blog featured a new column, collaborative reviews where artists responded to critiques in real time, creating dialogue instead of one-way judgment. The first series featured an exchange between music journalist Maya Bowen and singer-songwriter Jackson Reyes about authenticity, evolution, and the courage required for both. Their song, the one that started with Maya's lyrics about truth in unexpected places, appeared as a surprise track on Eli's next album, credited to both of them. It wasn't a love song exactly, more like a documented conversation between two people learning how to be honest when honesty hurt. Critics called it brutally authentic. Fans called it relationship goals. Maya called it a beginning, not an ending. On graduation day, she found a new note in her locker. Not lyrics this time, but an address. The location of a small venue downtown. When she arrived that evening, she found a single spotlight on an empty stage, 2 microphones, and a note that read simply, "Truth sounds different when it's shared. Want to try?" The audience was small, Tyler and Sophia, Grace, even David Morrison looking uncomfortable but trying. Maya stepped onto the stage, picked up a microphone and looked out at Eli in the audience. "Ready for people to hear us mess up in real time?" she asked. "As long as it's real," he replied, joining her on stage. "I'm tired of being perfect." "Good," she said, pulling out her violin, because perfect was never the point. The song they played wasn't the one from the album. It was something new, something unrehearsed, something that proved honesty could be found in the space between notes as much as within them. And if some truths came with complications, if some melodies required more than one voice to complete, well, that was just music being honest about what it had always known. Sometimes the best songs are the ones you discover by accident, played by people brave enough to stand in the same space and let whatever comes, come. The end came with applause that felt like permission to begin again. What We Renounced. The conference hall in Geneva smelled of filtered air and ambition. Outside, Lake Léman lay grey and impassive beneath October clouds, while inside 200 delegates debated the calculus of survival. How many calories per person per day? Which border crossings could remain open? Whether dignity could be quantified in metric tons of grain? Dr. Mira Curie had attended 17 such summits in the past decade. She knew the rhythm, the opening addresses thick with statistics, the breakout sessions where real decisions were made in euphemism, the late-night emails sent to camps where mothers queued for water with infants on their hips. She had learned not to expect transformation, only incremental mitigation. Hope was a luxury she had surgically excised somewhere between her second and third deployment. She was reviewing case files in the atrium when she heard his voice. Not the words. Those were diplomatic, measured, directed at a cluster of EU observers, but the timbre, the particular weight he gave to certain syllables, the pause before difficult truths. She knew that voice the way one knows the sound of rain on a childhood roof, not by conscious memory, but by the body's involuntary response. Mira did not turn immediately. She finished reading the paragraph about malnutrition rates in the eastern camps, closed the folder with deliberate care, and only then allowed herself to look. 13 years had carved new lines beside his eyes. His hair, once uniformly dark, now showed silver at the temples. He wore a suit that fit too well, the armour of someone who had learned to move in rooms where power was a language spoken in nods and strategic silences. But his hands, those were unchanged. Long fingers, a small scar on his left thumb from the time he'd helped her move medical supplies in the rain and dropped a crate on his own hand. Daniel Roth, the man who had chosen history over her and been right to do so, and broken her anyway. He saw her perhaps 2 seconds after she saw him. The recognition moved across his face like wind over water, a moment of absolute stillness followed by something she couldn't name. Not quite pleasure, not quite pain. The complicated relief of seeing someone who knows exactly how much you've survived. "Dr. Curie," he said, crossing the atrium with that same measured stride. "I didn't know you'd be attending." "Mr. Roth." She extended her hand. His grip was firm, professional, and lasted precisely 1 second longer than protocol required. "I wasn't certain you still involved yourself in field operations." A flicker of something, irony, regret, crossed his features. "I find I can't quite abandon old habits." They stood in the atrium's calculated light, surrounded by the hum of translated conversations and the soft click of laptop keys. 13 years compressed into the space between their bodies. 13 years since the border city, since the makeshift hospital, since the night he'd told her he was leaving for the capital, for politics, for the chance to change policy rather than simply witness its failures. She'd understood, even then, had even agreed, in the theoretical way one agrees that amputations sometimes save lives. Understanding didn't prevent the wound. "You look well," Daniel said, and she heard what he didn't say. "You look like you survived." "So do you," Mira replied, meaning, "You look like success tastes exactly as bitter as you feared." The summit's architecture forced proximity. Mira served on the medical advisory panel. Daniel chaired the Intergovernmental Working Group on Food Security. Their meetings overlapped, their briefings converged, their recommendations required coordination. By the 3rd day, they had fallen into an old rhythm, her clinical assessments complementing his strategic frameworks, her refusal to soften data balancing his need to find politically viable solutions. On the fourth evening, they found themselves sharing a car to a dinner with regional representatives. Rain streaked the windows. Geneva's streets glowed with wet light. "Do you remember," Daniel said quietly, "the night it rained in the camp? When the medical tent flooded and we moved everything to the administrative building?" Mira watched the city slide past. "I remember you carried 12 boxes of antibiotics on a sprained ankle and refused to admit you were injured. You noticed. I was a medical student. Noticing was my job. You were more than that." His reflection in the window met hers. "You saw things the rest of us had learned not to see." She didn't answer immediately. The silence between them had texture, weight. Finally, "I saw that you would leave. I was right about that." "Yes." No deflection, no defence. "You were." The dinner was interminable. Courses arriving with diplomatic precision. Conversations circling the same territorial disputes, the same funding shortfalls, the same careful avoidance of the word failure. Mira sat 3 seats from Daniel and felt the distance like a physical ache. Twice their eyes met across the table. Once his hand moved toward his water glass at the same moment hers did, and they both stopped. The near collision somehow more intimate than touch. Later, much later, she found herself alone in the hotel lounge, too restless for sleep. She was reading incident reports when Daniel appeared, still in his dinner clothes, tie loosened. "May I?" He gestured to the chair across from hers. She nodded. They sat in silence for a long moment. Outside, the city's lights reflected on the lake, doubling themselves. "I kept your letter," Daniel said finally. "The one you wrote after I left." Mira's hand stilled on her tablet. "I never sent a letter." "I know. I found it in the medical tent after you'd been reassigned. It was in your handwriting, addressed to me unsealed. You must have set it down and forgotten it, or decided against sending it." He paused. "I've never..." "Read it." She felt something crack in her chest. 13 years, and you never... "I was afraid," he said simply. "Afraid it would confirm what I already knew. That I'd chosen wrong. That I'd sacrificed something irreplaceable for something merely important. And now? Now I know I was right to be afraid." He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, hands clasped. "Mira, I've brokered treaties, prevented famines, moved millions of dollars of aid. I've done exactly what I set out to do. And not a day has passed when I didn't wonder what would have happened if I'd stayed." She should have been angry. Should have reminded him that wondering changed nothing, that good intentions were just another form of poverty, that she had built an entire life on the foundation of his absence. Instead, she heard herself say, "The letter wasn't what you think." What was it? It wasn't an accusation. It was... She searched for the right word. It was a release. I was giving you permission to leave, without guilt. Telling you that I understood, that I would be fine, that your work mattered more than my feelings. She met his eyes. "I was lying, of course, but it was a kind lie." "You were always kind," Daniel said softly, "even when kindness was the most expensive thing you owned." The silence that followed wasn't empty. It was full of everything they hadn't said, hadn't allowed themselves to say. The air between them felt charged, magnetic. Mira was acutely aware of the distance between their chairs, less than 2 feet, more than an ocean. She was aware of his breathing, of the way his fingers had tightened on each other, of the small muscle working in his jaw. "I should go," she said, not moving. "Yes," Daniel agreed, staying precisely where he was. Neither of them moved. The moment stretched, taut and trembling. Then Daniel stood, slowly, and extended his hand to help her up. It was a gesture from another era, courtly and careful. She took his hand. He drew her to her feet. They stood closer than they'd stood since the day he left. close enough that she could see the exact shade of his eyes. Not quite brown, not quite gold, that particular amber that had once seemed to her the colour of honesty. "Good night, Mira," he said, releasing her hand. "Good night, Daniel." She left first, feeling his gaze follow her to the elevator. In her room, she stood at the window for a long time, watching the lake, trying to remember why renunciation had once seemed noble rather than simply wasteful. The crisis came on the 7th day of the summit, during a closed session on resource allocation. Daniel presented the working group's final recommendations. On paper, they were brilliant. A graduated system that would stabilise food distribution across 17 camps, leveraging existing infrastructure while creating sustainable supply chains. It would save thousands of lives. It would also require closing 3 humanitarian corridors and consolidating resources in centralised distribution points. The vulnerable populations in the smaller, more remote camps would have to relocate or accept reduced provisions for a transitional period of 4 to 6 months. Mira listened to the presentation in mounting disbelief. When Daniel finished, she raised her hand. "Dr. Khoury," the moderator acknowledged, "I have a question about the transitional period." Her voice was calm, clinical. "Has the working group considered the medical implications of relocating populations that include acute malnutrition cases, untreated tuberculosis, and pregnant women in their 3rd trimester?" Daniel's expression didn't change. "We've factored in medical considerations. The relocation would be phased and supported." "Supported how? With what staff?" "The camps you're proposing to close house the medical personnel who've been treating those populations for years. The centralised points are already operating at capacity. The efficiencies gained from consolidation would free up resources in 4 to 6 months," Mira cut in. "What happens in month 2, month 3, when women miscarry because they're travelling in the back of trucks? When children die of entirely preventable infections because the clinic that knew their medical history no longer exists?" The room had gone very quiet. Daniel's jaw tightened. "Dr. Khoury, I understand your concerns, but the alternative is systematic collapse. If we don't consolidate now, there won't be any clinics in 6 months. Not in the remote camps, not anywhere." "That's a hypothesis," Mira said. "What I'm describing is a certainty. It's a calculated risk. It's a death sentence phrased in the passive voice." They stared at each other across the conference table. 13 years collapsed into nothing. They were back in the border city, back in the argument they'd had the night before he left. His conviction that systemic change required impossible choices. Her insistence that impossible choices had names and faces and medical histories. The moderator intervened, calling for a recess. Delegates filed out, murmuring. Mira gathered her materials with shaking hands. She was halfway to the door when Daniel caught up with her in the corridor. "Mira, please, don't." She turned on him. "Don't ask me to understand. I've spent 13 years understanding why you left, why you chose policy over people, why you convinced yourself that distance equals objectivity. I understood it all, Daniel. I forgave it all. But I will not watch you do it again." "This isn't the same," he said, and she could hear the desperation beneath his control. "Then I had a choice. Now I'm out of choices. The funding isn't there. The political will isn't there. If I don't propose this compromise, someone else will propose something worse. So you've absolved yourself before you've even acted." Mira's voice was cold now, surgically precise. "How convenient. That's not fair." "Fair?" She laughed, a sound without joy. "Daniel, you've built an entire career on being the reasonable one, the pragmatic one, the one who makes the hard choices so others don't have to. But there's a word for what you're doing, and it isn't pragmatism. It's cowardice." She saw the words land, saw him flinch. Good. She wanted him to flinch. She wanted him to feel something other than the terrible calm of the morally certain. You don't understand, he said quietly. You've never had to make these decisions. No, Mira agreed. I've only had to live with their consequences. I've held the children you decided weren't worth saving. I've told the mothers that yes, help is coming. Just hold on a little longer, knowing it was a lie. I've done the work you were too important to do. I know. His voice cracked just slightly. Mira, I know. Do you think I don't know? They stood in the corridor close enough to touch, separated by everything that mattered. I'm withdrawing from the summit, Mira said. I won't lend my credibility to this. If you leave, it changes nothing. The policy will still pass. I know, she said, but I'll be able to live with myself. She walked away then and didn't look back. In her hotel room, she packed methodically, checking flight options, composing her resignation email to the medical advisory board. Her hands were steady. She'd survived Daniel Roth once before. She could survive him again. What surprised her was how much it still hurt. How, after all these years, all this careful distance, the wound was exactly where she'd left it. 3 weeks later, Mira was in her apartment in Berlin when her phone rang. An unknown number. She almost didn't answer. Dr. Curie, it's Daniel Roth. She closed her eyes. How did you get this number? I asked someone who cared less about professional ethics than I should have. A pause. I'm in Berlin. The summit concluded yesterday. The policy passed, if you were wondering. I wasn't. A lie. She'd checked the summit. Proceedings daily, hating herself for it. Could I see you? Just to talk. I'm flying out tomorrow morning. She should have said no. Should have told him that they'd said everything there was to say, that talk was just another form of postponement. Instead, where are you? The Adlon. But I can come to you if... No. Her apartment was too small, too personal. I'll come to you. Give me an hour. She dressed carefully, as if for surgery. Clean lines, dark colours, nothing that could be misinterpreted. On the U-Bahn, she practiced the things she would say. Calm things. Final things. The conversation that would let them both move on. The hotel lobby was all marble and muted gold. Daniel was waiting in one of the leather armchairs, still in his conference clothes, but somehow diminished, as if the past weeks had taken something from him. He stood when he saw her. Thank you for coming, he said. I wasn't sure you would. I wasn't sure either. They took the elevator in silence. His room was on the 7th floor, a suite with a view of the Brandenburg Gate. It was the kind of room where history was made in careful increments. Mira stood by the window, arms crossed, waiting. The policy you opposed, Daniel said from behind her. It was modified. Not enough, probably not nearly enough by your standards, but the transitional period was extended to 9 months. Additional mobile medical units were allocated, and there's a provision for emergency exceptions. Because I left? Because you were right. He moved closer, but not close enough to touch. And because enough other people were brave enough to say so. You started something when you walked out, Mira. You made it possible for others to object. That's a political answer, she said. I asked you for the truth. The truth is that I spent 3 weeks defending a policy I didn't believe in, because I was too afraid to admit I was wrong. The truth is that I've spent 13 years making pragmatic compromises and calling it wisdom. The truth is, his voice faltered, the truth is that I left you once because I thought I could do more good without you than with you, and I've regretted it every single day since. Mira turned to face him. Don't do this. Don't do what? Don't rewrite history because you're lonely. Don't turn this into a romance because you've had a crisis of conscience. Her voice was fierce, protective of something she couldn't name. You made the right choice, Daniel. You've saved lives. You've changed policy. Everything you've done has mattered. And what if it wasn't enough? He stepped closer. What if I saved thousands and lost the one thing that made me human? Stop. She held up a hand. Just stop. I've survived you once. I've built a life. A good life. I don't need you to validate it or complicate it or... I love you, he said. The words fell into the space between them like stones into deep water. Mira stood very still. I've always loved you, Daniel continued, quieter now. I loved you when I left. I loved you when I didn't read your letter. I loved you in every meeting, every negotiation, every time I made a choice that required me to forget what it felt like to be fully human. And I know that saying it now after all this time is unfair and selfish and probably too late. But I'm tired, Mira. I'm tired of choosing the world over the person I love. You can't, she whispered. You can't do this. You can't just... I know I have no right. But I need you to know that it wasn't lack of love that made me leave. It was having too much love and no faith that I deserved to keep it. Mira felt something breaking in her chest, something she'd sealed over years ago with scar tissue and deliberate amnesia. And what do you want from me now? Forgiveness. Permission. I want... He stopped, struggling for words. I want one moment where I don't choose duty over desire, where I don't calculate costs and benefits, where I just... He reached for her hand slowly, giving her time to pull away. She didn't. Where I just choose you. His thumb traced a small circle on her palm. Such a tiny gesture. 13 years of longing compressed into that small, repetitive motion. Daniel, she said, and his name in her mouth felt like coming home and burning alive all at once. This won't fix anything. I know. It won't change the policy or the past or the fact that you'll leave again because that's who you are. I know. And I can't promise you anything. I can't promise I won't regret this tomorrow, or hate you for making me feel this again, or... He kissed her. Not frantically, not desperately. Slowly, carefully, with the reverence of someone touching something they'd believed forever lost. His hand cupped her face, thumb brushing her cheekbone. She tasted salt and didn't know if it was from his tears or hers. When they broke apart, she was shaking. I never stopped, she said against his mouth. I never stopped loving you, and I hated myself for it. And I still... I know, he breathed. I know. He kissed her again, deeper this time, and she felt 13 years of careful distance collapse into hunger. Her fingers found his tie, loosened it with trembling hands. He made a sound low in his throat when she pulled it free, when her hands moved to his collar. Each button she opened felt like a confession. They moved to the bed, not with passion, but with something older, more fundamental. Permission. Witness. The acknowledgement that some hungers survive on denial but die from starvation. Daniel's hands found the zipper at the back of her dress. He drew it down so slowly she thought she might shatter from anticipation. The fabric whispered as it fell away. His fingers traced the line of her spine, each vertebra a point of contact that made her breath catch. When he reached the small of her back, he pressed his palm there, spanning the width of her, and she felt claimed in a way that had nothing to do with possession and everything to do with recognition. You're shaking, he said softly. So are you. He was. She could feel it in his hands as he touched her, could see it in the tight control of his breathing. She reached for him, fingers working the buttons of his shirt with more urgency now. She needed to see him, needed to map the ways time had changed him, needed proof that this was real. When his shirt fell away, she saw that he'd lost weight, the ribs too prominent, the collarbones sharp, evidence of the ways he'd been consuming himself. She pressed her lips to his sternum, tasted salt and the faint bitterness of hotel soap. He shuddered, hands tightening on her waist. Mira. Her name was a question and an answer all at once. She traced kisses along the ridge of his collarbone, felt his breath stop entirely. His hands moved to her waist, thumbs pressing into the curve there with delicious pressure. She remembered this, the way he always held her as if she might dissolve, as if touch required absolute attention. Slowly, she said, though she wasn't sure if she was speaking to him or to herself. He nodded, but his hands were already moving with aching deliberation. When he lowered his head to kiss the hollow of her neck, she arched into him, a sound escaping her that was half plea, half surrender. They finished undressing with the focused intensity of ritual. Each garment removed revealed new territory to be explored, remembered, worshipped. His gaze moved over her with such raw need that she felt it like a physical touch. He reached for her, then stopped, hands hovering. "Can I?" "Yes," she breathed. "Please, yes." His touch was reverent, exploratory, relearning the landscape of her body. She gasped, head falling back, and he took advantage, mouth finding the curve of her neck, teeth grazing skin that had forgotten this particular electricity. They had undressed with trembling urgency, the last barriers falling away with a gracelessness that made it all the more intimate. She loved him for it, for the crack in his careful control, for being human enough to be desperate. When they were finally skin to skin, the contact was almost overwhelming. She pressed against him, and the heat between them was staggering. The evidence of his desire sent warmth flooding through her entire body. His response to her touch was immediate, visceral, a groan that was the most honest sound she'd ever heard. "Mira, I won't." "I know," she said softly. "Bed," he managed. "Now." They fell onto the mattress in a tangle of limbs, all pretense of patience abandoned. He covered her body with his, and she welcomed the weight, the delicious pressure of him against her, his presence, his warmth, the solid reality of him. It was everything she'd been starving for. "I want to know you again," he said against her ear, voice rough, "every part of you." "Yes," she said, though she wasn't sure she could survive the intensity of it. He kissed a slow path down her body, lingering at her neck, her collarbone, moving to her ribs, her navel, the sensitive skin of her hip bones. Every touch was deliberate, worshipful, as if he were memorizing her all over again. When his touch found her centre, she cried out, hands fisting in the sheets. He was methodical, thorough, learning her responses with the same focused attention he brought to everything. When he found the rhythm that made her hips lift helplessly, he stayed there, building sensation with devastating patience. She felt it gathering, that bright tension spiralling tighter. Her hands found his hair, and he made a satisfied sound that vibrated through her entire body. The pleasure built and built until she shattered, back arching, a sound torn from her throat that was his name and a prayer and pure sensation. He gentled her through it, kissing her hip, her ribs, working his way back up her trembling body. When he reached her mouth, she felt desire spike, again, impossibly. "I need you," she whispered, "all of you." The moment of preparation was tender, fumbling, beautifully human. The vulnerability of it, the awkward necessities, somehow made it more intimate. When he settled between her thighs again, she wrapped her legs around him. He moved slowly, carefully, giving them both time to adjust, to remember this particular joining. They both went still, breathing together, overwhelmed. 13 years, he said, voice breaking. 13 years I've wanted this. "I know," she whispered. "I know." He began to move, and it was everything and not enough. The heat of skin on skin, the building rhythm, the way their bodies remembered how to move together even after all this time. She met him completely, holding him close, leaving marks she hoped would last for days. The pleasure built differently this time, slower, deeper, a tide rather than a wave. She felt it in every nerve, every cell, a recognition that went beyond physical, sensation. This was what she'd been missing. Not just desire, but this. Being known completely, being chosen, being held as if she mattered more than anything. "Look at me," Daniel said, and she opened her eyes, met his gaze. The intimacy of it, seeing him seeing her in this moment of absolute vulnerability, nearly undid her. "Don't stop," she pleaded. "Please don't stop." "Never," he promised, and shifted, finding an angle that made stars explode behind her eyes. "Is that—" "Yes, yes, perfect." He moved with renewed purpose, and she felt herself climbing again, higher this time, everything in her body straining toward release. When it came, she cried out, a sound he caught with his mouth, kissing her through the waves of sensation that seemed endless. She felt him follow moments later, the tension in every muscle, the way he buried his face in her neck and groaned her name like a man saved or damned. She couldn't tell which. His body shuddered, and she held him through it, hands gentle on his back, whispering words that had no meaning beyond comfort. Afterwards they lay tangled in sheets that smelled of hotel lavender, and them not speaking. His hand rested on her hip, thumb making those same small circles, her head on his chest, listening to his heartbeat slow from gallop to canter to something approaching normal. She felt marked by him, not just physically, but something deeper, as if the past 13 years had been provisional, and this was the signature that made them real. "I don't know what happens now," Daniel said finally. "Nothing," Mira replied. "Everything. I don't know either. I can't promise I'll be better at this. At choosing. I know." She lifted her head to look at him. "And I can't promise I'll forgive you the next time you choose duty over us. But maybe," she hesitated, "maybe love doesn't have to be all or nothing. Maybe it can just be what it is." "Which is?" "This," she said simply. "Right now. True." He pulled her closer, buried his face in her hair. "I'll take it," he whispered. "However much you can give, I'll take it." They fell asleep as the city lights came on outside, two bodies finally at rest after years of running from the same wound. Mira woke alone. For one terrible moment she thought he'd left, that the night had been a dream or a mistake or both. Then she heard water running in the bathroom, heard him humming something tuneless. The relief was disproportionate, embarrassing. She found her clothes, dressed quickly. When Daniel emerged, hair damp, shirt half-buttoned, he stopped at the sight of her. "You're leaving," he said. "I have a clinic in 3 hours." "Right, of course." He didn't move to stop her. "Mira, last night was last night," she said gently. "We don't have to define it. I want to see you again. You will. The world is small and we're both stubborn." She crossed to him, rose on her toes to kiss him softly. "But Daniel, don't make promises you can't keep. Don't tell me you'll change your life for this. Just," she touched his face, "just let it be what it is." "And what is it?" "Real," she said. "That's enough." She left before he could argue, before either of them could complicate the simplicity they'd found. In the taxi, she watched Berlin slide past and felt something loosening in her chest. Not happiness exactly, but possibility. The acknowledgement that renunciation wasn't the only form of honour. 6 months passed. They didn't speak every day. Sometimes weeks went by with only brief emails, updates on projects, articles shared, the small gestures of continued presence. Mira treated her patients, published papers, mentored new doctors. Daniel brokered agreements, testified before committees, slowly and carefully built coalitions for the modified policy she'd opposed. And sometimes, not often, but enough, they found themselves in the same city, Geneva, Berlin, Once, Brussels, where they spent a single night in a hotel near the European Parliament talking until dawn about everything except whether what they had could be called a future. It was Daniel who proposed the clinic. "There's funding available," he said during one of their rare phone calls, "for a medical centre in one of the consolidated camps. It could be your design, your staffing model. I could help navigate the bureaucracy, but it would be yours." "Why?" Mira asked, suspicious of grand gestures. "Because you were right," he said simply, "about the cost of consolidation, about the need for local expertise, about—" he paused. "About most things, actually." She laughed, surprised. "Most things?" "You were wrong about one thing." "What's that?" "You said I would leave again because that's who I am." His voice was quiet, serious. "But I'm trying to learn that leaving and choosing aren't the same thing. That maybe I can do the work and love you too. That maybe—" he took a breath. "Maybe renunciation isn't the only path to doing good." Mira sat with that for a long moment. Outside her apartment window, Berlin was settling into evening. "The clinic," she said finally. "Tell me more about the funding." They designed it together over the next 3 months. Video calls at odd hours, shared documents filled with their competing annotations, occasional arguments about staffing ratios that somehow always ended in laughter. When the clinic opened, a modest building with clean lines and solar panels, named simply the Community Medical Centre, with both their names listed as advisors on a small plaque by the door. Mira stood in the doorway and felt something she'd almost forgotten. Hope that wasn't naive, but earned. Daniel couldn't attend the opening. He was testifying in The Hague about humanitarian corridor protections, but he sent a message that Mira read alone in her new office. "Thank you for letting me choose this. Choose you. Choose both." She folded the message into her wallet next to a photograph of the clinic, next to a 13-year-old letter she'd finally asked him to return, still unsealed. That evening she called him. He answered on the second ring, sounding exhausted. "How did the testimony go?" she asked. "Brutal, necessary, the usual." She heard him shifting, could picture him loosening his tie. "How was the opening?" "Perfect. You would have hated the speeches," he laughed. "Probably. Mira." "I know," she said softly. "I know." "Do you?" "Because I'm not sure I've said it clearly enough. What you've built, what we've built, it matters more than anything I've done alone. You make me better, not just at the work, but at being—" he struggled for the word. "Human," she supplied. "Yes, that." They talked for another hour, about nothing and everything. When they finally said goodbye, Mira stood at her window watching the camp settle into evening, lights coming on in tents, children's voices raised in some game, the ordinary evidence of life persisting. She thought about Daniel in his hotel, room in The Hague, about the distance between them and the closeness that distance could no longer diminish. She thought about renunciation and how it had seemed, once, like the highest form of love. How wrong that had been, how much they'd lost believing it, but also how much they'd found in finally letting go. Love, she understood now, wasn't about choosing the world or the person. It was about allowing both to exist, to inform each other, to make demands that sometimes conflicted and sometimes aligned. It was about being brave enough to want something beyond duty, and wise enough to know that wanting didn't diminish the duty. It made it matter more. Her phone chimed. A message from Daniel. "When you're next in Geneva, I have something for you." "What is it?" she wrote back. "Time," he replied. "Just time." Mira smiled. Outside, the stars were beginning to emerge. Inside, she felt something unfurling in her chest. Not the wild hope of youth, but something steadier. The knowledge that what they'd renounced hadn't died, had only been waiting, and that what bloomed from waiting might be more resilient than anything that came easy. She wrote back, "I'll be there in 3 weeks." His response was immediate. "I'll be waiting." and for the first time in 13 years, Mira believed that waiting might finally lead to arrival. Not to a perfect ending, but to something better. A beginning that knew its own cost and chose itself anyway. Outside, the camp settled into the particular peace of evening. Inside, Mira closed her laptop and allowed herself just for a moment to imagine 3 weeks from now. Daniel's hand in hers, time that belonged to them alone, the possibility of tomorrow. It was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. It... Whispers under Talkeetna's sky. The ring box made a hollow sound when Ethan Cole set it down on his nightstand. 8 years of love, reduced to a velvet cube and a stone that caught light he no longer wanted to see. He hadn't thrown it away, couldn't pawn it, wouldn't return it. The ring existed in limbo, just like him. "I just don't recognise us anymore," Mia had said 6 months ago, her voice gentle as it dismantled his world. "We were children when we met, Ethan. I need to know who I am without you." Ethan stared at his reflection in his childhood bedroom mirror. At 24, he'd become a stranger to himself, unshaven, hollow-eyed, and depressed. Then unemployed, after Kaplan's architecture let him go. 3 missed deadlines, 2 client complaints, and 1 partner who'd finally said, "Take some time, Cole. Come back when your head's clear." His phone buzzed. Another message from Mia. "Just checking in. Hope you're doing better. Ran into your mum at Wegmans. She's worried." He typed, deleted, typed again. "I'm fine." Then deleted that too. What was there to say? That he spent most nights scrolling through photos of their life together? That he drafted emails to his boss begging for his job back but couldn't bring himself to send them? That his friends had stopped inviting him out after the 3rd time he'd gotten drunk and talked about Mia until closing time? Instead of responding, he opened Reddit, mindlessly scrolling through posts. An hour later, he found himself in our solo travel, reading an AMA from someone who'd spent a year working their way across New Zealand using something called Workaway. "Basically, you exchange work for room and board," the poster explained. "I spent 3 months on a vineyard, 2 at a hostel, and the rest at various farms. Best decision I ever made." Ethan's finger hovered over the link. What exactly did he have to lose? The Workaway site was filled with opportunities. Organic farms in Italy, hostels in Thailand, language exchanges in Argentina. He applied to a dozen listings without much thought, writing the same basic introduction, mentioning his background in architecture, his willingness to learn, his need for something new. Most hosts never replied. 2 sent polite rejections. 1 family in Portugal seemed interested until they learned he couldn't commit to 6 months. Then came the email from Alaska. "Hi Ethan, I'm writing on behalf of Northlights B&B in Talkeetna, Alaska. We're looking for someone to help with property maintenance and eventually assist with our dog sledding team. September through February position. No experience needed. My grandfather and I can teach you everything. It's remote, it's cold, and it's not for everyone. But if you're looking to disappear for a while, there are worse places than here." Willow Morgan. The directness of her message struck him. No false enthusiasm, no sugarcoating. If you're looking to disappear for a while, it was exactly what he needed. He replied immediately, and within 3 days had purchased a one-way ticket to Anchorage. The night before his flight, he finally texted Mia back. "I'm going to Alaska tomorrow, taking a job at a B&B. Don't know when I'll be back." She called within minutes, but he let it go to voicemail. Later, he listened to her message. "Alaska? Ethan? That's... wow. I hope you find what you're looking for there. I really do. I'm sorry for how things... Just be careful, okay? Call me when you get there. At least let me know you arrived safely." His thumbs hovered over the phone, so many words caught in his throat, none of them right. In the end, he simply wrote, "I will." As his flight took off the next morning, Ethan watched his hometown disappear beneath the clouds. He wasn't running away, he told himself. He was running towards something. He just had no idea what that something might be. The tiny 8-seater plane rattled as it approached Talkeetna, giving Ethan his first real glimpse of Alaska. Below, endless forests spread like a dark green carpet, interrupted by silver threads of rivers and the occasional clearing. In the distance loomed Denali, its peak crowned in perpetual snow even in September. "First time in Alaska?" The pilot's voice crackled through the headset. "That obvious? You haven't stopped staring out the window. Folks who live here." He gestured at the other passengers, who were either sleeping or reading. "They've seen it before." "It's nothing like New York," Ethan said, mostly to himself. "Damn right it's not. That's why people come, and why they stay." The landing strip appeared below, a ribbon of asphalt at the edge of what barely qualified as a town. As they descended, Ethan's stomach tightened with a familiar anxiety. What the hell was he doing? He'd never owned a dog, much less driven a dog sled. He'd never lived somewhere he couldn't get pizza delivered at midnight. He'd never... Mr. Cole, a young woman, stood beside a weathered truck in the small lot outside the airfield office. She was startlingly petite, maybe 5'2", wearing a flannel shirt that hung loose on her slender frame. Her dark hair was pulled back in a messy bun, revealing a face that looked younger than he'd expected. "Willow?" he asked, extending his hand. "That's me." Her handshake was firm, her eyes an unsettling shade of grey. Not blue-grey or green-grey, but the colour of storm clouds. "Welcome to Talkeetna." She took one of his bags and loaded it into the truck. "Thanks for meeting me," he said, struggling to make conversation as they drove away from the airstrip. "The town seems... quaint." A slight smile. Quaint is one word for it. 300 residents year-round, though it doubles in summer with tourists. Winters, it's just us. Ethan wanted to ask about her, how old she was, why she ran a B&B in the middle of nowhere, who us referred to besides her grandfather, but something in her demeanour suggested she preferred keeping conversation functional. Instead, he watched out the window as they passed the town's main street, a collection of log cabins converted to gift shops, a brewing company, an ice cream parlour, and a bar whose sign simply read, "Fair View." "That's downtown," Willow explained. "South side is mostly residential, and we're headed north about 2 miles out." The truck turned onto a narrower road that wound through dense forest before finally emerging at a clearing. The Northlight's bed and breakfast was a large 2-storey log structure with a wraparound porch, flanked by several smaller outbuildings, and what appeared to be dog kennels set further back on the property. Beyond it all, a pristine lake reflected the afternoon sunlight. "Nice place," Ethan said, genuinely impressed. "Been in my grandparents' family for 3 generations. Before the tourists, it was just a homestead." Willow parked and got out. "Grandpa's probably with the dogs. I'll show you to your cabin, then give you the tour." "My cabin?" She pointed to one of the smaller structures. "That's where you'll stay. We don't make staff sleep in the main house. Everyone needs their privacy." The cabin was simple but comfortable. A studio set up with a queen bed, small kitchenette, bathroom with a stand-up shower, and a desk by the window that overlooked the lake. Rustic but not primitive, there was Wi-Fi, electric heat, and even a small TV. "It's perfect," Ethan said, setting down his bags. "When do I start?" Willow leaned against the doorframe. "Tomorrow's soon enough. Rest today. Get your bearings. Dinner's at 6 in the main house. We don't have guests until the weekend, so it's just you, me, and my grandparents." As she turned to leave, Ethan called after her. "Willow?" She paused, those storm cloud eyes meeting his. Thanks for taking a chance on me. I know I don't exactly have the right experience for this. Something unreadable passed across her face. Everyone has their reasons for coming to Alaska, Ethan. Most of them boil down to needing to be somewhere that isn't where they were before. She offered a small smile. 6 o'clock. Don't be late. Gran hates when food gets cold. Left alone, Ethan unpacked methodically, arranging his belongings as though establishing this new space might help establish this new self. From the bottom of his duffel, he pulled out his field recording equipment, a Zoom F3 field recorder, a matched pair of Clippy EM272 XLR microphones, Sony MDR 7506 headphones, and an Apple MacBook Pro with Reaper installed. It was the one passion he'd maintained even during his worst days after Mia. The emptiness hit suddenly as he sat on the edge of the bed. 6 hours ago he'd been in New York. Now he was in Alaska, where he knew no one, working a job he wasn't qualified for, running from a broken heart that had followed him anyway. His phone buzzed. Mia again. Did you arrive? Are you okay? He stared at the message for a long moment, before replying simply, I'm here. I'm okay. Then he silenced his phone, set an alarm for 5:45, and lay back on the bed. Outside his window, the lake water rippled under a breeze, making a sound both foreign and familiar. He closed his eyes and listened, really listened, for the first time in months. Lean with the sled, not against it, Frank Morgan called over the morning wind. You fight the curve, you'll flip us both. Ethan adjusted his weight, feeling the wooden sled respond beneath him as they navigated a turn on the practice trail. After 2 weeks at Northlights, he graduated from kennel cleaning and feeding to actual dog handling. This first run with Frank, Willow's grandfather and the unquestioned patriarch of the operation, was his first real test. The 6-dog team powered ahead, their breath visible in the crisp October air. Talkeetna had already seen its first snowfall, though not enough for proper sledding. Today they used a wheeled training rig, but Frank insisted the principles were the same. Good! Now give him the command to slow. Whoa! Ethan called out, surprised when the lead dog actually responded, bringing the team to a gradual halt. Frank clapped him on the shoulder. You're a natural city boy. Ethan couldn't help but laugh. Nothing about the past 2 weeks had felt natural. His first days had been a blur of sore muscles, blistered hands, and endless instructions about the B&B's operation. He'd painted railings, replaced rotted boards on the dock, cleaned guest rooms, and spent hours in the kennel learning the names and personalities of 16 Alaskan huskies. Through it all, Willow had been a patient but reserved guide, teaching him the essentials with a quiet efficiency. She handled the B&B's operations, bookkeeping, reservations, guest services, while Frank managed the dogs, and her grandmother Rosemary ran the kitchen. Look alive, Cole, Frank called, breaking into Ethan's thoughts. We're heading back. You take the commands this time. By the time they returned to the kennel, Ethan's face was chilled but flushed with exhilaration. As they unharnessed the dogs, he caught sight of Willow watching from the porch of the main house, her expression unreadable from a distance. Not bad, Frank said, coiling the harness lines. Few more runs and you'll be ready to take guests out, just in time for the real snow. I hope so, Ethan replied, kneeling to rub the lead dog behind the ears. Juno, a steel-grey female with one blue eye and one brown, had become his favourite. Though I'm not sure I'd trust me with paying customers yet. Tourists just want the experience. Long as you don't dump them in a snowbank, they'll give you 5 stars. Frank's weathered face creased with a smile. Go on in and warm up. Rosemary's making her caribou stew, and Willow mentioned something about needing help with the website later. Inside, the main house was warm and fragrant with cooking smells. Rosemary, a soft-spoken woman with silver hair and Frank's same mischievous eyes, ladled stew into a mug and pressed it into Ethan's hands. Drink, she instructed. You city folk always forget to hydrate in the cold. "Yes, ma'am," Ethan said, sipping the rich broth gratefully. "Good run?" Willow asked, not looking up from her laptop at the dining table. "Your grandfather thinks I'm a natural." "Grandpa thinks anyone who doesn't fall off the sled on their first day is a natural." But there was amusement in her voice. "When you're done with that, I could use your help with some web design issues. Grandpa mentioned you had a background in architecture." "Yeah, I worked for a firm in Rochester. Design and project management mostly." "Good. Our website looks like it was built in 2003. She finally glanced up. "You're still wearing your hat inside?" Ethan reached up, surprised to find the knit beanie still on his head. "Oh, sorry." "Don't be. Your ears are bright red. Keep it on until they stop. Stinging." It was the most personal comment she'd made since his arrival, and he found himself oddly touched by her concern. Over the next hour they sat side by side at the table, shoulders occasionally brushing as they redesigned the B&B's outdated website. Willow was surprisingly tech-savvy for someone who lived so remotely, and her eye for design impressed him. "Where did you learn all this?" he asked as she adjusted the CSS on a page. She hesitated. "Community college. I was studying digital media before I moved here." Before her boyfriend died, Ethan mentally filled in. Though he'd been at Northlights for 2 weeks, the only personal information he'd gleaned about Willow had come from Frank during their work together. All he knew was that she'd lost her military boyfriend overseas, then left North Carolina to live with her grandparents. She never mentioned it, and Ethan never asked. "Well, you have good instincts," he said, keeping his tone professional. "This layout works much better." "Thanks." She glanced at him, then back at the screen. "Frank says you're good with the dogs." "I like them. They're uncomplicated." A small smile. "Uncomplicated is a nice way of saying they'll love anyone who feeds them. Maybe that's what I like about it. Earned affection." The words slipped out before he could censor them. Willow's hands paused over the keyboard. For a moment Ethan thought he'd overstepped, revealed too much of his own brokenness. But then she nodded, almost imperceptibly. "I understand that," she said quietly. They worked in silence for another hour, but something had shifted between them. Some small recognition of shared experience, of parallel paths that had somehow converged in this unlikely place. That night, after dinner, Ethan returned to his cabin and retrieved his recording equipment. The temperature had dropped further, and his breath clouded as he walked down to the lake's edge. Setting up his matched microphones on a stand, he put on his headphones and simply listened. The world through the amplified microphones was a revelation. Water lapping gently at the shore, the distant call of an unseen bird, wind rustling through pine needles. He adjusted levels, finding focus in the technical details, then hit record. For 30 minutes he stood motionless, capturing the sounds of a world so different from the one he'd left behind. No car horns, no voices, no constant hum of urban life. Just wilderness, breathing around him. "What are you doing?" He hadn't heard Willow approach. Pulling off the headphones, he turned to find her standing a few feet away, hands tucked into the pockets of her parka. "Field recording," he explained. "I collect natural sounds." "For what?" "Sometimes I sell them to sound designers for films or games. Mostly I just collect them for myself." She tilted her head. "Can I hear?" He hesitated, then handed her the headphones. Willow put them on, and her eyes widened slightly as the amplified sounds of the night surrounded her. For several long moments she stood completely still, listening. When she finally removed the headphones, her expression had softened. It's like hearing the world with new ears," she said. "That's exactly what it is." Ethan smiled. "Want to try recording something?" To his surprise, she nodded. For the next hour they moved around the property, capturing different sound perspectives. The creak of the dock, the hushed whisper of trees, the distant chorus of dogs responding to a faraway wolf howl. Willow proved to be an intuitive assistant. suggesting locations and even holding a reflector to capture certain audio angles. As they worked, Ethan found himself watching her more than his equipment. In the dim light, with her focus entirely on the sounds around them, she seemed different, more open, more present. When she suddenly looked up and caught him staring, he expected her to retreat back into her usual reserve. Instead, she smiled, a real smile that reached her eyes and transformed her face. "What?" "Nothing," he said. "You're just good at this." "I used to help my boyfriend record guitar demos." Her voice was quiet but steady. He was always particular about microphone placement. It was the first time she'd mentioned him voluntarily. Ethan nodded, not wanting to press. Some things translate across different types of recording. "Yeah." She looked at the lake, then back at him. "It's getting late. We should head back." As they packed up the equipment, their fingers brushed while coiling a cable. Neither of them acknowledged it, but neither pulled away too quickly either. At the fork in the path between the main house and his cabin, Willow paused. "Thanks for showing me that." "Any time," Ethan said. "Really." She nodded, then added, "We have guests arriving tomorrow, 2 couples from Seattle. They've booked the half-day dog sledding experience for Saturday. Am I running it?" "With Frank, yes. He thinks you're ready." She hesitated. "I do too." Before he could respond, she turned and walked toward the main house, her silhouette gradually disappearing into the darkness. Ethan stood watching long after she was gone, aware of a warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with his heavy coat. Back in his cabin, he transferred the evening's recordings to his laptop and began editing almost automatically, his mind elsewhere. Partway through, his phone buzzed with a text from Mia. Their occasional check-ins had continued, growing more infrequent but strangely less painful with time and distance. "How's the great wilderness treating you?" He considered his response more carefully than usual. "Better than I expected." "I'm learning to drive a dog sled," her reply came quickly. "That sounds both terrifying and amazing. Are you still planning to come back in February?" The question gave him pause. February had been his original return date, the end of his 6-month commitment to North Lights. But, for the first time, the thought of returning to New York didn't bring the comfort of familiarity. Instead, it felt like an approaching deadline, a countdown to leaving something that had, somehow, begun to feel more substantial than mere escape. "That's the plan," he wrote finally. But plans change. He sent the message, then returned to his editing, losing himself in the captured sounds of Talkeetna and in memories of storm-grey eyes that had, for a brief moment, looked at him with something like connection. November in Talkeetna brought serious snow and the year's first steady stream of aurora chasers, tourists who came specifically to witness the northern lights from the pristine vantage point that North Lights B&B offered. The guest room stayed consistently booked, and Ethan found himself fully integrated into the daily operations. Mornings meant kennel duty and dog sled preparations. Afternoons were spent either guiding guests on beginner trails or handling maintenance tasks around the property. Evenings brought dinner service assistance and then, increasingly often, time with Willow. Their shared interest in recording had become a regular activity. 3 times a week, weather permitting, they would venture out with Ethan's equipment, capturing the evolving soundscape of the Alaskan wilderness. Willow had proven herself not just a willing assistant, but an insightful collaborator, hearing nuances in the natural environment that even Ethan sometimes missed. "The ice on the lake is making that singing sound again," she said one evening as they stood on the partially frozen shoreline, the temperature well below freezing. "Can you hear it?" Ethan adjusted his headphones. Through the amplified microphones he picked up the eerie, otherworldly tones of lake ice expanding and contracting, a sound like crystalline whale songs echoing across the surface. "Got it," he confirmed, watching the levels on his recorder. "This is incredible." It only happens when the year temperature drops suddenly after sunset. Willow's face, half hidden by her scarf, showed concentrated interest. My grandfather used to tell me it was the lake spirits talking to each other. What do you think they're saying? She considered this, her breath clouding in the frigid air. Bundle up, idiot humans. It's 15 below. Ethan laughed, the sound carrying across the empty landscape. Fair assessment. As they recorded, the sky above them began to shimmer with the first hints of aurora. Faint green ribbons undulating against the stars. Willow pointed upward. Looks like a good night for it, she said. The guests will be thrilled. Do you ever get used to it? Ethan asked, watching the lights intensify. Seeing something so extraordinary. No, she answered simply. Some things never become ordinary, no matter how many times you see them. They stood in comfortable silence, recording equipment momentarily forgotten as the aurora strengthened, dancing across the sky, in pulses of green and purple. Without conscious thought, Ethan found himself shifting closer to Willow until their shoulders touched. She didn't move away. The first time I saw it, she said quietly, was the night I arrived here. I was such a mess. Couldn't stop crying for days. Gran and Grandpa didn't know what to do with me. She kept her eyes on the sky. That night, Grandpa practically dragged me outside, said, "Look up, girl. Remember how small we are." And there it was. The whole sky. Alive. I stood there until my tears froze on my face. Ethan swallowed. Did it help? Not immediately, but it reminded me that the world was bigger than my grief. She turned to look at him. What are you running from, Ethan? The directness of her question startled him, though perhaps it shouldn't have. After 2 months of working side by side, they'd developed a rapport built on shared silence and careful words. But neither had pushed into the tender places of the other's past. My fiancé left me, he said, the words simpler to speak aloud than he'd anticipated. 8 years together since high school. I thought we were forever. She didn't. Willow nodded, not with pity but with recognition. How long ago? Almost a year now. We were supposed to get married in April. And instead you're in Alaska, freezing your ass off with me. Despite everything, he smiled. Yeah, instead I'm here. Do you regret it? Coming here? No, he said without hesitation. I needed to find out who I am without her, who I could be. Willow's eyes, reflecting the aurora above, studied his face. And? Who are you, Ethan Cole? Still figuring that out, but I like who I'm becoming. He hesitated. What about you? Do you think you'll stay in Alaska forever? She looked back at the sky. I don't know. When I came here, I couldn't imagine being anywhere else. It was the only place that didn't remind me of him. She paused. Now I'm not running away anymore, I'm just here. And most days that's enough. The aurora intensified, casting enough light to illuminate the frozen landscape around them. On impulse, Ethan reached for his recorder again. Can I try something? He asked. Willow nodded, and he positioned the microphones carefully, then spoke into them. November 15th, Talkeetna, Alaska, aurora recording with Willow Morgan. He glanced at her. Say something. She hesitated, then leaned toward the microphone. Hello, night sky. We're listening. They stood recording the silence for several minutes. Not true silence, of course, but the subtle symphony of night. Distant owl calls, creaking ice, their own measured breaths, the soft rustle of their clothing when they moved. Later, back at Ethan's cabin, they huddled over his laptop, listening to the playback while warming their hands on mugs of the tea Rosemary had pressed upon them before they escaped from the main house. There's not much to hear, Willow observed, head tilted toward the speaker. That's what I like about it, Ethan replied. It's the sound of witnessing something bigger than ourselves. She looked at him with that same unreadable expression he'd seen the first day, except now he was beginning to understand the complexity behind it. not coldness, but caution, not distance, but careful consideration. "You're different than I expected," she said finally. "How so? I thought you'd be more city, soft, useless," he supplied with a self-deprecating smile. "Temporary," she finished. "Most people who come here are just passing through. Even when they stay 6 months, they're still just visiting. But you're present in a way most visitors aren't." The compliment warmed him more than the tea. Maybe because I didn't come here looking for something specific. I just needed somewhere to be. And now I'm finding things I wasn't looking for. He met her eyes. Good things. The moment stretched between them, taut with unspoken possibilities. Then Willow set down her mug and stood. "It's late," she said. "We have the Henderson group arriving tomorrow and they've booked the extended trail run." Ethan walked her to the door, suddenly reluctant to end the evening. "Thanks for coming out tonight. The recording was better because of you." At the threshold, Willow turned, her face half in shadow. For a heartbeat, Ethan thought she might say something more, might acknowledge whatever was growing between them. Instead, she reached out and briefly touched his arm. "Good night, Ethan." "Good night, Willow." After she left, Ethan returned to his laptop, listening again to their Aurora recording. Her voice saying, "We're listening," looped in his mind as he edited the file, balancing levels and removing wind noise. When he finally fell asleep, it was with headphones still on, the sound of that night and her presence in it, following him into dreams. December transformed Talkeetna into a winter wonderland. Snow-blanketed, everything. Christmas lights twinkled from the eaves of the main house, and the dog sledding business hit its peak season. Ethan now led tours independently, having earned Frank's complete trust with the team. The morning of the winter solstice, the darkest day of the year, Ethan woke before dawn to take Juno and the lead team out for an early run. With no guests scheduled until afternoon, he planned a longer trail, one that curved around the far side of the lake and through pristine forest rarely seen by tourists. To his surprise, he found Willow already at the kennel, preparing harnesses. "Morning," she said, her breath visible in the pre-dawn cold. "Mind some company?" "Not at all," he replied, unable to keep the pleasure from his voice. "Special occasion?" "Solstice tradition. Grandpa and I always take a sunrise run, but his hip's bothering him, so I thought..." She shrugged. "Unless you'd rather go alone." "I'd rather go with you." They worked in companionable silence, harnessing the dogs who pranced with excitement, aware of the adventure ahead. As they finished, Frank appeared, limping slightly but grinning. "Taking my place already, Cole?" he called. "Next thing I know, you'll be after my B&B too." "Just borrowing your dog, sir," Ethan replied with a smile. "And your granddaughter, apparently." "She's her own woman," Frank's eyes twinkled. "But she chooses good company these days." Willow rolled her eyes. "Ignore him. He thinks he's funny before coffee." Once the sled was ready, Ethan took the driving position with Willow standing just in front of him, both of them nestled between the curved handles. "Ready?" he asked. She nodded, and he gave the command. "Hike!" The dogs lunged forward, and the sled glided across the packed snow with a satisfying hiss. They passed the main house, where Rosemary waved from the porch, then followed the trail that curved around the frozen lake. The sky was just beginning to lighten, not with true sunlight, but with the deep blue that preceded dawn in winter. Ethan was acutely aware of Willow standing within the circle of his arms, her back occasionally brushing against his chest as they navigated turns. They'd grown closer over the past weeks, sharing meals, working together, spending evenings recording or simply talking by the fire, but always with a careful boundary of physical space between them. Now, as the sled picked up speed on a downhill stretch, she leaned back against him more firmly, and he adjusted his stance to support her. "Okay?" he asked close to her ear. "Perfect," she replied, and he could hear the smile in her voice. They sledded in silence for nearly an hour, following the winding trail as dawn slowly illuminated the landscape. When they reached the far side of the lake, Ethan called for the dogs to halt near a small clearing with a view of the mountains. "This is beautiful," Willow said as they secured the sled. "I haven't been out this far in months. I found it last week. Thought it might make a good recording spot." Ethan reached into his pack and pulled out a thermos. "Tea?" They sat on a fallen log, sipping hot tea while the dogs rested, curled in the snow. The solstice sunrise painted the sky in shades of pink and gold, reflecting off the distant glaciers. "When I first came to Alaska," Willow said, breaking the comfortable silence, "I hated how dark it got in winter. The endless night felt like it matched how I felt inside." Ethan nodded, understanding. "And now I see the beauty in it. The darkness makes you appreciate the light more." She turned to look at him. "Like grief. You don't get over it. You learn to carry it differently." "Is that what you've done? Learn to carry it?" "I'm trying." She pulled a small object from her pocket, a brass compass worn with age. This was his, James. My grandpa gave it to him when he enlisted. Ethan watched as she cradled it in her gloved hands. "It's beautiful. After he died, I couldn't look at it without falling apart. Now," she held it out to Ethan, "now I can share it with someone who understands what it means to lose your direction and have to find a new one." The weight of her trust settled in his chest as he carefully took the compass. "Thank you." "I've been thinking about what happens when your 6 months are up," she said, her eyes on the horizon. "You'll be leaving in February." The thought had been weighing on Ethan too, growing heavier as the calendar pages turned. What had once seemed like an escape hatch back to real life now felt like an approaching loss. "That was the original plan," he agreed carefully. "Is it still your plan?" He looked at her, really looked at her. The sunlight caught in her dark hair, her storm-grey eyes questioning but not demanding. In the 3 months since he'd arrived, broken and adrift, something had healed in him. Something had grown too. "I don't know," he admitted. "My life is still in New York. My family. My career. What's left of it." "And Mia?" she asked quietly. He shook his head. "No, not Mia. What we had, it's in the past now. I'll always care about her, but I'm not in love with her anymore." "When did you know?" Willow's voice was soft, almost lost in the morning air. Ethan considered the question carefully. "I think part of me knew before I came here. That's why I needed to leave, to make sure it wasn't just hurt or pride talking." He looked at the compass in his hand, its needle pointing steadily north. "But being here, finding purpose again, meeting you, it confirmed what I already knew. Some endings are just endings." Willow was quiet for a long moment, then slid her hand into his. Even through their gloves, the contact felt significant, a deliberate crossing of the careful boundary they'd maintained. "I didn't think I'd ever want to feel anything for anyone again," she said. "After James, I just shut down, came here to disappear. And now?" Her eyes met his, clear and certain. "Now I'm ready to reappear." The kiss, when it finally happened, felt both inevitable and surprising, like the first snowfall of winter or the sudden appearance of aurora in a clear sky. Ethan leaned forward. Willow met him halfway, and their lips touched with gentle certainty. When they pulled apart, their breath mingled in the cold air between them. Willow's cheeks were flushed, her eyes brighter than he had ever seen them. "We should head back," she said, though she made no move to rise. "Gran will worry." 5 more minutes, Ethan replied, pulling her closer. "The dogs aren't complaining." She laughed, the sound crystal clear in the winter stillness, and rested her head against his shoulder. 5 minutes. They sat together as the sun continued its brief winter arc, casting long shadows across the snow. In the distance, Dennerley stood immovable and eternal, witness to countless human stories played out beneath its watch. For the first time since arriving in Alaska, Ethan didn't feel like a visitor passing through. He felt, improbably but undeniably, like he was exactly where he belonged. Christmas at Northlights came with traditions that felt ancient and grounding. Frank and Rosemary closed the B&B to guests for 3 days, creating a private family celebration that now, by unspoken agreement, included Ethan. They cut a small spruce from their property, decorated it with hand-carved ornaments and strings of cranberries, and exchanged modest gifts beside a roaring fire. Ethan's gift to Willow, a custom collection of their recorded sounds, edited into what he called the Talkeetna Symphony and loaded onto a dedicated player, brought tears to her eyes. Her gift to him, a handmade journal bound in soft leather, the first pages already filled with her sketches of the dogs, the landscape, and sometimes, when he hadn't noticed her watching, of him, left him speechless. "I've never had anyone see me the way you do," he told her later, that night as they walked back to his cabin, the sky above them clear and star-filled. "I could say the same," she replied, squeezing his hand. "You hear the things most people miss." Their relationship had blossomed in the week since the solstice kiss, growing with the natural rhythm of people who recognise something essential in each other. They spent most evenings together now, alternating between his cabin and the quiet corner of the main house that Willow had claimed as her personal space, a small room off the kitchen with a comfortable love seat and a window facing the mountains. Nothing was hidden. Frank and Rosemary watched their granddaughter's happiness with approving eyes, though Frank occasionally grumbled good-naturedly about young love making everyone else feel ancient. Intimacy developed gradually between them, each step deliberate and meaningful. Ethan, still cautious after Mia, and Willow, still carrying the shadow of her loss, moved toward each other with tender patience. When they finally made love for the first time, on New Year's Eve while Aurora painted the sky outside his cabin window, it felt like a culmination rather than a beginning, a natural progression of the connection they'd been building since that first sunrise dog sled run. "Look," Willow whispered afterward, drawing his attention to the window where green and purple lights danced across the darkness. "The sky is celebrating with us." Ethan kissed her shoulder, marvelling at how perfectly she fit against him. "I never want to leave this place." The words slipped out unplanned, but soon as he spoke them, he knew they were true. The thought of returning to New York in February, once his anchor to reality, now felt like a sentence. Here, with Willow and the life they were building, he had found something he hadn't known he was searching for. She propped herself up on one elbow, her dark hair spilling across her bare shoulders. "Then don't. It's not that simple. Why not?" Her grey eyes were serious. "The B&B needs someone year-round. Grandpa's not getting any younger, and his hip's worse than he admits. We've talked about hiring someone permanent, and you already know the operation. You could stay, Ethan, if you wanted to." The possibility hung between them, tantalising, terrifying. "What about my career? Everything I built back home? You're an architect. People need buildings everywhere, even in Alaska." She touched his face gently. "I'm not asking you to decide tonight. Just think about it, about what really matters to you now." He pulled her close again, breathing in the pine and sweetgrass scent of her hair. "I will." But thinking was all he seemed capable of doing in the weeks that followed. January brought the deepest cold and the most brilliant auroras, keeping the B&B fully booked and everyone busy. Ethan led dog sled tours daily, continued helping Frank with maintenance projects, and spent his free moments with Willow, all while the February deadline loomed closer. "You seem distracted," Willow observed one evening as they edited recordings together in his cabin. "Just thinking about the future," he hesitated. I got an email from my old boss today. They want me back. Said they'd held my position open, hoping I'd return. Willow's hand stilled over the laptop. Are you going to accept? I don't know. It's a good offer. Security, familiar work, a path forward. He ran a hand through his hair. But the thought of leaving here, leaving you? You could try long distance, she suggested, though her voice lacked conviction. People make it work. Do they? Really? He took her hand. I don't want to start something beautiful just to watch it wither from 2,000 miles away. Then what do you want, Ethan? The question was simple but profound. 4 months ago he wouldn't have had an answer, or rather, his answer would have been to rewind time, to go back to when his life with Mia still made sense. Now, looking at Willow in the soft light of his cabin, he knew exactly what he wanted. The challenge was reconciling it with the life he'd built before Alaska. I want both, he admitted. I want my career, the work I trained for, and I want this. You, Talkeetna, the life we could have here. Then go back, she said, surprising him. Go back to New York, settle your affairs, figure out if there's a way to do both. And if there isn't, she took a deep breath. If there isn't, at least you'll know you tried. You won't resent me or Alaska for what you gave up. The wisdom in her words struck him. You'd wait, even knowing I might choose differently in the end? I've learned that real love means giving people the freedom to find their own way, she said. James taught me that, and I love you, Ethan. I want you to stay because you choose it, not because you're afraid of losing me. The declaration, their first exchange of those words, hung in the air between them. Ethan pulled her into his arms, overwhelmed by the gift she was offering him. I love you too, he whispered against her hair, and I will come back to you, I promise. 2 weeks later, Ethan stood at the small Talkeetna airstrip, his duffel bag at his feet. Frank and Rosemary had already said their goodbyes at the B&B, giving him and Willow privacy for their parting. 1 month, he said, holding both her hands in his. I'll be back in 1 month, whether I've figured everything out or not. Willow nodded, her eyes bright with unshed tears. Take this. She pressed James's compass into his hand, so you can always find your way back. I can't take this. You're not taking it. You're borrowing it. Bring it back to me. She stood on tiptoe to kiss him, then stepped back as the small plane's engine started. 1 month. As the plane lifted off, Ethan watched Talkeetna grow smaller beneath him. Willow remained visible by the airstrip until the landscape blurred into forest and snow, becoming indistinguishable from the wilderness surrounding it. He cradled the compass in his palm, its needle pointing steadily north, toward the place and the person who had unexpectedly become his true direction. New York hit Ethan like a physical force, the noise, the pace, the press of people moving with determined urgency. After 6 months in Alaska, the city of his birth felt like a foreign country, simultaneously familiar and strange. His parents met him at the airport, their faces a mixture of joy and confusion. They'd supported his abrupt departure to Alaska, understanding his need for distance after Mia, but his decision to return to Talkeetna so quickly baffled them. It's just so remote, his mother said over dinner at their home in Rochester. And the winters, Ethan, you said it gets to -40. Sometimes, he agreed, smiling, but the aurora makes up for it. His father studied him across the table. You're different, more settled. I am, Ethan acknowledged. Alaska changed me. Willow changed me. Is she the reason you're going back? His mother asked. She's part of it, but it's more than that. He struggled to articulate the transformation he'd undergone. I found purpose there, a different rhythm of life, a connection to something larger. The work, it's honest in a way architecture never was for me. But you loved architecture, his father protested. You worked so hard for that degree. that position at Kaplan's. I know, and I'm not saying I want to give it up entirely, but I'm trying to find a way to have both. The conversation circled without resolution, but Ethan was grateful for their willingness to listen, to try to understand. By the time he left for his apartment in the city the next day, they'd shifted from concerned opposition to cautious support. The apartment, once shared with Mia, then briefly occupied by Ethan alone, felt smaller than he remembered. Most of his belongings remained in storage, the space furnished with only essentials. Still, it was home enough for the few weeks he planned to stay. His meeting with Simon Kaplan, his former boss, went better than expected. The firm had indeed kept his position open, impressed by his talent and understanding of his personal setback. "We'd be happy to have you back, Ethan," Simon said, his office overlooking Central Park. "Full salary, benefits, everything as it was." "That's incredibly generous," Ethan replied, "but I'm not staying in New York, at least not full-time." Simon's eyebrows rose. "Oh?" "I'm moving to Alaska, permanently." Saying it aloud made it real, a commitment, not just an idea. "But I was hoping we might discuss a remote arrangement. I could handle design work, client consultations via video call, occasional trips back for in-person meetings." He laid out his proposal, watching Simon's expression shift from skepticism to consideration. By the end of the meeting, they had sketched the outlines of a possible arrangement: reduced hours, project-based work rather than full employment, quarterly visits to the New York office. Not ideal from Simon's perspective, but workable. "You're talented enough to make this worth accommodating," Simon said finally. "But I have to ask, what's in Alaska that's worth rearranging your entire career?" Ethan thought of Willow, of the dogs, of the northern lights, and the quiet cabin by the lake. "Everything that matters," he answered simply. Over the next weeks, Ethan settled his affairs with practiced efficiency. He arranged to rent out his apartment, met with clients to explain his new arrangement, and spent time with friends who had mostly given up on seeing him after the breakup with Mia. "So you're really doing this?" asked Jason, his oldest friend, as they shared drinks at their favourite bar. "Trading New York for, what did you call it? Talkeetna?" "Yep." Ethan smiled. "Population 301, soon to be 302. Because of a girl you've known for 6 months. Because of the life I found there. Willow is a huge part of that, but it's not just about her." Ethan traced a pattern in the condensation on his glass. "It's about who I am there versus who I was here." Jason studied him. "You do seem lighter. Less like the walking corpse you were after Mia left." "Thanks for that image. You know what I mean? I haven't seen you this sure of yourself in years." Jason raised his glass. "To Alaska, then. May it be everything you hope." The last item on Ethan's New York agenda was the hardest: seeing Mia. They'd maintained sporadic contact during his time away, but he felt he owed her an in-person goodbye, a proper closure to their shared history. They met at a quiet cafe near the apartment they'd once shared. When she walked in, Ethan was struck by the absence of the pain he'd expected. Mia was still beautiful, still familiar in the way only someone you've loved for 8 years can be, but the sight of her no longer ached. "You look good," she said, sitting across from him. "Tan, more muscular." "Dog sledding will do that," he replied with a small smile. "You look good too." And she did. There was a lightness to her, a confidence that had been missing in their final months together. She'd cut her hair, changed her style somewhat, but the real difference was in her eyes. Like him, she seemed more at peace. "So you're really moving to Alaska?" she asked after they'd exchanged pleasantries. "For good?" "That's the plan." He told her about the arrangement with Kaplan's, about the B&B, about his cabin by the lake. "And about the girl," Mia added gently. "Willow, right?" Ethan hesitated, then nodded. "Yes, she's important to me." "I'm glad." To his surprise, she seemed genuinely pleased. "I was worried about you. After us. I didn't want you to close yourself off." "I almost did," he admitted. But Alaska had other ideas. They talked for nearly 2 hours, moving from the awkwardness of ex-lovers to something approaching the friendship that had always been the foundation of their relationship. Mia told him about her new job in publishing, about the classes she was taking, about rediscovering parts of herself she'd set aside during their years together. "I was right," she said as they prepared to leave, "about us needing to find ourselves separately. I just never imagined it would take you to Alaska to do it." "Life has strange detours," Ethan agreed, "but I think we both ended up where we needed to be." Outside the cafe they hugged goodbye, a real embrace, not the stiff, pained gesture they'd shared at their breakup. As he watched her walk away, Ethan felt the final thread of his old life gently release, not severed, but resolved, set in its proper place among his memories. That night, he called Willow. Their daily conversations had become a lifeline during their separation, but tonight felt different, weightier, more significant. "I saw Mia today," he told her, sitting on the floor of his nearly empty apartment. "It was good. Healing." "I'm glad," Willow said, her voice clear despite the distance. "Did it make you question anything?" It confirmed everything. He touched the compass that sat beside him. "I'm coming home, Willow. To you, to Alaska, to the life we're going to build." The silence that followed was filled with emotion he could feel across the miles. "When?" she asked finally. 3 days. I've booked the flights. I just need to pack up the last of what I'm bringing." 3 days, she repeated, and he could hear the smile in her voice. "The dogs miss you. Gran's been making your favourite bread. Grandpa keeps checking the thermometer, saying it's warming up just in time for your return." "And you?" he asked softly. "I've been recording things for you. The lake ice breaking up, the first geese returning. Spring sounds." Her voice caught slightly. "I've missed you more than I can say." "I love you," he told her. "I'll be home soon." 3 days later, as promised, Ethan stepped off the small plane in Talkeetna. The air was warmer than when he'd left, the first hints of spring evident in the patches of exposed ground where snow had melted. The familiar truck waited by the airstrip, but this time it wasn't just Willow who had come to meet him. Frank and Rosemary stood beside her, and beyond them, to Ethan's surprise, the entire dog team harnessed to the large sled. Juno, at the lead, barked excitedly when she saw him. "What's all this?" he asked as Willow embraced him. "Your welcoming committee," she said, her grey eyes bright with happiness. "And your chariot home." Frank clapped him on the shoulder. "Figured your first ride back should be in style, though you'll have to drive. My hip's acting up again." Ethan laughed, overcome with the rightness of the moment. He greeted Rosemary with a hug, then knelt to give Juno and the other dogs the attention they demanded. Finally he turned, back to Willow. "I have something for you," he said, reaching into his pocket for the compass. As promised. She took it with a smile, then surprised him by pressing it back into his hand. "Keep it," she said. "You've proven you know how to use it." As they loaded his bags onto the sled, Ethan felt the last of his uncertainty fade. The path ahead might not be perfectly straight or always clear, but he had found his true north, in this wild place, with these good people, and especially with the remarkable woman who now stood beside him, ready to navigate whatever came next. Together. 1 year later, the northern lights rippled across the Talkeetna sky, painting the darkness with veils of green and purple. On the deck of the newly expanded cabin by the lake, now their home, Ethan and Willow sat wrapped in a handmade quilt, watching the celestial display. "Hard to believe it's been a year," Willow said, leaning into him. "Sometimes it feels like you've always been here." "In the ways that matter, I think I have," Ethan replied, his arm around her shoulders. The past year had brought changes to North Lights and to them. With Ethan's design background and connection to Kaplan's, they'd modernised the B&B's offerings while preserving its rustic charm. Frank's hip had finally required surgery, making Ethan's permanent presence even more valuable. The dog sledding tours now operated year-round, using wheeled rigs in summer, and had become one of the most sought-after experiences in the area. Ethan's remote work arrangement had evolved too. He now served as consultant for Kaplan's Alaskan projects, travelling to Anchorage occasionally, but maintaining his base in Talkeetna. His field recordings had gained a following online, with several being licensed for documentaries about the Alaskan wilderness. But the most significant change lay between them, in the deepening of their connection that had transformed initial attraction into lasting partnership. "I have something for you," Ethan said, reaching into his pocket, or rather, something to ask you. Willow turned to him, her grey eyes reflecting the aurora above. "I'm listening." He withdrew a small wooden box hand-carved with a pattern of mountains and stars. "I made this from that spruce that fell during the November storm." She took it, running her fingers over the intricate carving. "It's beautiful. Open it." Inside, nestled on a bed of soft moss, lay a ring, not a traditional diamond, but a band of polished meteorite inlaid with local jade and tiny aurora-coloured opals. "Willow Morgan," Ethan said softly. "I came to Alaska broken, looking for silence. I found music instead, in the wilderness, in the rhythm of this life, and most of all, in you." He took her hand. "Will you marry me? Not because we need any ceremony to confirm what we already know, but because I want to stand under these same lights and promise you forever in front of everyone we love." Tears filled her eyes, catching the colours of the aurora. "Yes," she whispered. "Of course, yes." As he slipped the ring onto her finger, a particularly brilliant wave of green light pulsed overhead, as if the sky itself were celebrating their promise. Later, they lay in bed listening to the faint chorus of wolves in the distance, a sound Ethan had captured many times but never tired of hearing. Willow's head rested on his chest, her breathing slowing towards sleep. "Do you ever miss New York?" she asked drowsily. "The life you had before?" Ethan considered the question, his hand absently stroking her hair. "I miss certain things. Good pizza, art museums, being able to get Thai food at midnight. But that life feels like a prologue now, like everything before Alaska was preparing me for this. For here. For you." She lifted her head to look at him, her expression soft in the dim light. "What do you think would have happened if we'd met in New York? If we'd crossed paths there instead of here? I'd like to think we would have found each other anyway," he said. "But some connections are inevitable, regardless of geography." "You're getting poetic in your old age, Ethan Cole," she teased, settling back against him. "Alaska does that to a person. Or maybe it's just loving you." Outside, the aurora continued its silent dance across the sky, nature's reminder that the most profound beauty often comes after the darkest nights. Inside, Ethan held the woman who had helped him rediscover not just love, but purpose, not just healing, but growth. His last thought before drifting to sleep was not of what he'd left behind, but of all that lay ahead. Seasons changing, dogs aging, a B&B thriving, a love deepening, a life being lived fully and intentionally in this wild place that had become, improbably but perfectly, home. The end. "4 days in Cedar Hollow." The landslide came at dawn, a wet thunder that severed Cedar Hollow from the county road and took the power lines with it. Anna Collier heard it from her bedroom window, the groaning earth, the crack of pine, and knew before the lights flickered that the world had contracted to the size of the valley. By afternoon, the library had become what it always became in crisis, a gathering place. She lit oil lamps in the reading room and set the camp stove on the reference desk, boiling water for instant coffee that tasted like memory and ash. The regulars came first. Mrs. Havering with her knitting, Tom Wilson with his portable radio, then the stranded travellers, then the curious, and then him. He appeared in the doorway near closing, rain streaming from his jacket, a duffel bag hanging from one shoulder. "I'm sorry," he said, and the apology seemed to encompass more than his wet boots on her floor. "I was told someone here might have a room." Anna looked at him properly then. 40 perhaps. Lean in the way of men who work with their hands. Dark hair, silvered at the temples, eyes the colour of creek stones. "You're the engineer," she said. "From the county." "James Hale." He extended a hand, then withdrew it, seeing the rain dripping from his sleeve. "I was inspecting the culvert when the slide hit. My truck's on the other side." She should have felt imposed upon. The library had a small apartment upstairs, her refuge when her marriage felt too quiet. But it was hers, private, separate from the persona she maintained among the stacks. Instead, she felt something else, a quickening. "I have space," she said, "but you'll have to tolerate books." His smile was brief, transformative. "I think I can manage." That first night they were strangers observing proprieties. She showed him the narrow room, the shared bathroom, the kitchenette with its 2-burner stove. He thanked her with the careful courtesy of someone aware, of imposing. They ate soup heated over the camp stove, speaking of practical things, the roads, the weather, the likelihood of power restoration. But beneath the mundane exchange, Anna felt herself observed. Not in the way her husband observed her, cataloguing tasks, noting efficiencies, but with genuine curiosity. James asked about the library's collection, its history, her work. He listened to her answers as though they mattered. When she asked about his own life, he deflected gently. "Infrastructure," he said with a self-deprecating shrug. "Bridges, drainage, things people only notice when they fail." "But you notice them always," she said. He met her eyes then, and something passed between them, recognition perhaps of kindred loneliness. "Yes," he said quietly, "I suppose I do." Later, alone in her room, Anna lay awake listening to the drum of rain on tin. She thought of her husband, David, in their house across town. He would be fine without her. He was always fine. There, marriage had become a series of parallel routines, affectionate but separate, like neighbouring gardens that never quite touched. She thought of the stranger sleeping one wall away, and felt a dangerous heat bloom in her chest. The second day brought sleet and necessity. Without power, the library's heating system was useless. James suggested combining their efforts, closing off the upper rooms, concentrating warmth in the reading room below. They worked together in companionable silence, hanging blankets over doorways, arranging chairs near the wood stove someone had donated decades ago. "Tell me about the books," he said, running his hand along a shelf of leather spines. "What do you love most?" Anna considered this. "The ones where people say true things," she said finally, "even when the truth is difficult." He pulled down a volume, Gaskell, she noted, and opened it at random. "I wanted to see the place where Margaret grew to what she is, even at the worst time of all, when I had no hope of ever calling her mine." He looked at her, like this. "Yes." Her voice came out softer than intended, like that. They fell into a rhythm over the following hours. She catalogued water damage while he repaired what he could, tightening hinges, resealing a window frame, fixing the temperamental lock on the front door. Between tasks they talked, not the polite conversation of strangers, but the careful excavation of deeper truths. He told her about his marriage. "Sarah's brilliant," he said, admiring and sad. We built a good life, but somewhere along the way we forgot to build it together. Now we're just efficient. Anna understood. David and I are kind to each other, she offered. But kindness isn't the same as seeing. I could disappear and he'd mourn the disruption more than the loss. I doubt that's true. Don't you? She met his gaze. When's the last time your wife asked what you were thinking rather than what you were doing? His silence was answer. Enough. That evening they prepared dinner together, pasta and canned sauce luxurious in the candlelit dimness. Anna found a dusty bottle of wine in the library's storage closet, left over from some long-ago fundraiser, and they drank from mismatched mugs, talking about first loves and lost dreams and the slow accretion of compromise that defined middle age. I used to write, Anna confessed. Stories, poetry, nothing published, but it mattered to me. Why did you stop? Life, marriage. The library needed me more than my notebooks did. She paused. That's not quite true. I stopped because no one asked to read them. After a while, silence becomes its own answer. James set down his mug. I'd like to read them, if you'd let me. The offer was simple, but it pierced something in her chest. When had anyone last wanted to know her that way? Not as wife, librarian, reliable presence, but as herself. They're in storage, she said, not quite ready for that vulnerability. But thank you for asking. Later, washing dishes side by side, their hands collided in the soapy water. They both froze. Anna felt the heat of his palm against hers, the calluses earned through labour, the gentleness of his grip. Neither moved to break the contact. Anna, he said quietly. A warning or an invitation? She couldn't tell. She stepped back, heart hammering. I should check the stove, she managed, fleeing to the reading room where the fire burned too hot and her face burned hotter still. News came on the third morning via Tom Wilson's radio. Power crews had reached the valley's edge. Roads would open within 48 hours, perhaps sooner. Anna should have felt relieved. Instead, she felt the walls closing in. James stood at the window watching sleet become rain. I should be glad, he said. I have work waiting. Sarah's probably worried. Have you called her? No signal, and... He turned to face her. I'm not sure what I'd say. The confession hung between them, dangerous and electric. Anna knew she should deflect, return to safe territory, preserve the careful distance they'd maintained. Instead, she asked, what would you want to say? That I've been happier these 3 days than I've been in years. That talking with you feels like remembering who I used to be. That I keep imagining... He stopped himself. I'm sorry. That's unfair to you. Imagining what? Staying. The word fell like a stone. Not going back. Building something different. With you. Anna's breath caught. The fantasy he'd articulated was her own, rendered sudden and real, and terrifying. You don't mean that, she said, backing away. We're just... What? Lonely? Bored? Taken advantage of proximity? His voice was gentle but unyielding. I know what I feel, Anna. I've felt it since you handed me that first cup of terrible coffee. Stop. The word came out sharp. You can't say these things. We're married. We have lives. Lives we've been performing rather than living. That doesn't give us the right. I'm not talking about rights. I'm talking about truth. She turned away, gripping the back of a chair. The truth is that feeling something doesn't make it permissible. Marriages are built on more than attraction. I'm not talking about attraction. He moved closer but didn't touch her. I'm talking about recognition, about finding someone who sees you clearly and doesn't look away. The ache in his voice nearly undid her, because he was right. In 3 days, James Hale had seen her more completely than David had in 15 years, but that recognition came with a price she wasn't sure she could pay. I need you to leave me alone, she whispered. Please. To his credit, he did. He retreated to the upstairs room and she heard the floor creak as he paced. She sank into a chair, trembling. What frightened her most wasn't his confession. It was how desperately she wanted to say yes. They avoided each other for the rest of the day. Anna threw herself into unnecessary tasks, reorganising the fiction section, scrubbing floors that didn't need scrubbing. James stayed upstairs, and she heard the sound of hammering as he repaired things that had gone unbroken. By evening, the silence had grown unbearable. She climbed the stairs and found him in the small study, replacing a cracked window pane. "You don't have to do that," she said. "I know." He didn't look at her. "But I need to be useful. It's what I know." "James, I'm sorry about earlier. I shouldn't have put that on you." "You didn't say anything I haven't thought." That made him look up. The longing in his eyes was naked, undefended. "Then what are we doing, Anna? Why are we pretending this isn't real?" "Because real doesn't mean right." But even as she said it, she moved closer. "Because we've made promises to people who stopped choosing us years ago. That doesn't absolve us." "No," he agreed, "it doesn't. But it doesn't make this less true either." They stood, foot apart, the air between them charged. Anna knew she should leave, should retreat to safety, to the familiar contours of denial. Instead, she stayed. "What do you want from me?" she whispered. "Nothing you're not willing to give." "But Anna," his voice roughened, "if you keep looking at me like that, I'm going to kiss you." Her heart hammered. "I know." Neither moved. The moment stretched, taut as wire. Then the window pane he'd been holding slipped from his fingers and shattered. They both jumped back, the spell broken. James cursed. Anna laughed, a shaky, half-hysterical sound. And suddenly the tension transformed into something else. Not safety, but reprieve. "I should clean this up," he said. "I'll get the broom." But as she turned to leave, his hand caught her wrist. Gentle, questioning. "Tomorrow," he said, "when the road's open. I'll leave. But tonight, can we just be honest? No pretending, no performing. Just us." She should have said no, should have protected them both, from the precipice they were approaching. Instead, she nodded. "Just tonight," she whispered. It was a promise and a lie, and they both knew it. The fourth night arrived with a silence that felt sacramental. Rain had stopped. The world outside held its breath. They sat in the reading room, candles burning low, speaking the truths they'd been circling. He told her about the morning he'd woken next to Sarah, and realised he felt nothing. Not anger or resentment, just absence. She described the evening David had cancelled their anniversary dinner for a departmental meeting, and she'd felt relief rather than hurt. "When did we become people who settle?" Anna asked. "When it seemed easier than fighting for something more." "Is that what this is? Fighting?" James was quiet for a long moment. "No," he said finally. "This is remembering what fighting for looks like." She rose and moved to the window, watching moonlight silver the wet street. He followed, standing close enough that she could feel his warmth. "I'm afraid," she admitted. "Of what?" "That tomorrow you'll leave and this will have been a beautiful lie. That I'll have risked everything for a moment. And if it's more than a moment?" She turned to face him. "How can it be? We live different lives. We have commitments. Even if we wanted." "I want." The words were raw. "Anna, I want so much it terrifies me. But I won't lie to you about what's possible. I can't offer you a future. I can barely offer you tonight." "Then why?" "Because some truths matter even when they're temporary. Because I'd rather have one honest night with you than a lifetime of pleasant pretending." Her eyes burned. "That's not fair." "No," he agreed. "But it's true." They stood in the candlelight, the weight of impossible choices pressing down. Anna thought of David, of the life they'd built. Comfortable, predictable, kind. She thought of the woman she'd become in that life. Competent, contained, fundamentally unseen, and then she stopped thinking. She reached up and touched James's face. His breath caught. For a heartbeat, neither moved. "Anna, don't." Her thumb traced his cheekbone. "Don't ask me if I'm sure. Don't give me reasons to stop. Just..." He kissed her. It was nothing like she'd imagined. Gentle at first, almost tentative, as though they were both afraid of shattering something precious. Then deeper, hungry, years of loneliness finding voice in the press of lips and the tangle of breath. When they broke apart, both were trembling. "We can't," she whispered against his mouth. "I know. I know." But neither pulled away. Instead, Anna took his hand and led him upstairs to the small room where, in the candlelight, they undressed each other slowly, not with the practiced efficiency of long marriage, but with reverence and discovery. Each button, each whisper of fabric felt ceremonial. James's hands trembled as he traced the curve of her shoulder. "You're beautiful. I'm 43 and ordinary. You're neither." He kissed the hollow of her neck. "You're extraordinary. You always have been." Anna had forgotten what it felt like to be seen this way, not as function or convenience, but as desire itself. When James lowered her to the bed, his body covering hers, she felt a decade of numbness crack open. Their lovemaking was slow and deliberate. He learned her by touch, the places that made her gasp, the rhythm that made her arch into him. She discovered him in turn, the scar on his ribs, the catch in his breath when she kissed his collarbone, the way he whispered her name like a prayer. There was no pretense between them. When she asked him to slow down, he did. When he asked if something felt good, she answered honestly. They negotiated pleasure with the same care they'd negotiated conversation. Each moment a choice, each touch a question answered with trust. "Look at me," he said when she closed her eyes. "Anna, look at me." She did, and saw herself reflected in his gaze, wanted, known, real. When release came, it came for both of them together, a cresting wave that left them gasping and intertwined. Anna's face pressed to James's shoulder, his hand cradling her head. Afterward they lay in the twisted sheets, limbs entangled, hearts slowing. "I love you," he said into the darkness. "I know I have no right. I know it changes nothing. But I love you." Anna felt tears slide down her temples. "I love you too. God help me, I do." They held each other through the night, knowing morning would bring separation but unable to imagine being anywhere else. She'd slept alone so many nights and closed the door behind them. The power returned at dawn with an industrial hum that felt obscene. Anna woke to find James already dressed, his duffel packed, standing at the window. "Roads are open," he said without turning. "I checked the radio." She sat up, pulling the sheet around her. "So that's it." What else can it be? But his voice cracked on the question. She rose and went to him, wrapping her arms around him from behind. For a moment he leaned into her touch. Then carefully he disentangled himself. "If I don't leave now," he said, "I won't leave at all. And we both know what that costs." Anna wanted to argue, wanted to say that love mattered more than vows made in youth to people they'd outgrown. But she thought of David, kind, dependable David, and knew she couldn't unmake 15 years on the strength of 4 days. "What happens now?" she asked. "We go back to our lives. We try to be better than we were. And this? Us?" James turned to face her, cupping her cheek in his palm. "This was real. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Not your husband, not your conscience, not the years that'll try to convince you it was just a storm-drunk fantasy. It was real, and it mattered. Will I see you again? I don't know. Maybe that's not the question. Then what is? Whether what we found here changes how we live there." Kissed her once more, long, aching, final, and then he was gone. Anna returned home that afternoon to find David making soup. He hugged her, asked if she was all right, told her he'd been worried. She answered carefully, honestly where she could. That night, lying beside her husband, she thought about James's question. Could 4 days change a lifetime? She didn't know yet. But the next morning, when David mentioned a faculty lecture he wanted to attend, Anna said, "I'd like to come with you." He looked surprised. "Really? I thought you found them boring." "I do, but I'd like to understand what matters to you." It was a small beginning. Perhaps it would lead nowhere. Perhaps the gap between them was too wide to bridge. But for the first time in years, she wanted to try. 3 weeks later, a package arrived at the library. Inside was a book, a vintage edition of North and South, its spine carefully repaired. In the margin of chapter 19, penciled in a hand she recognised, were 7 words. Some lights are meant to be remembered. Anna pressed the book to her chest and let herself cry. Not for what she'd lost, but for what she'd briefly held, and for the truth that James had given her, that she was capable of being seen, of being loved, of being more than the comfortable role she had accepted. She would carry that truth forward, not as license for abandonment, but as a standard by which to measure her life. And in the quiet of the library, surrounded by stories of people who'd said true things even when truth was difficult, Anna Collier began to write again. The end.